Semifinals brings us to Southern California. 60 men, 60 women, and 40 teams are looking to strike gold in the Golden State. A two-time defending fittest man on earth. A former champion looking to recapture the magic. And one team hoping to continue its quest for a gold medal. All have come to Pasadena with the same goal. For most, the journey will end here. But those who prove to be elite will find themselves on a new path. One that leads to the ultimate proving grounds for the fittest athletes on earth. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The North America West Semifinal starts now. Pasadena, California, one day each year. It is the focus of the college football world. This weekend, it has the full attention of the CrossFit community. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. We are in beautiful Southern California, home of the North American West Semifinal presented by NOBULL. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez and 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar. We are on the final stop to Madison, Wisconsin, and let's take a look back at how exactly we got here. The 2023 CrossFit Games season started back in February. 3 weeks, we had 3 tests. One of those was a back-to-back challenge for the athletes, and then after that, we went to the quarterfinals. The top 10% of the athletes and the top 25% of the teams from the Open moved on to this stage, and then that led us here, the semifinals, April 28th through June 4th. And we will find out who will be representing the men, the women, and the teams in Madison, Wisconsin at the CrossFit Games, August 1st through the 6th. 6 days of competition, and we will crown the fittest man, woman, and team on earth. Last week, the focus was on North America East. We had 33 total tickets up for grabs to the games in Orlando. This week, we have 29 in North America West. We also have competition going on in South America and in Oceania. And then week 3, we close out with the Europe semifinal and in Asia. Let's start with the men's side, Tommy, where the big story is. First time we're going to get to see Justin Medeiros in person this season. He is the favorite, but there are some men in this field who can push him.
Yeah, there's going to be a stout test from a couple of guys named Patrick Vellner and Brent Fikowski, who, absent of a CrossFit Games champion in the field, have proven they've been able to win, whether it's regionals, sanctionals, semifinals. They can hang with the best. And then there's a few people on an individual test level, whether it's Nick Matthew or Colton Mertens, who can hit some home runs and really push the champ to the brink.
Justin Medeiros, though, is the favorite. The reason being, no one has beaten this guy in a live competition in 2 years.
And the process of how he's gotten there is important, because at every stage he's risen to a challenge. 2021, he finished 3rd in his semifinal. How did he respond? Outdueled Vellner and Fikowski at the games in dramatic fashion. Then the following year, he wins his semifinal, but then he gets a stout test from 2 newcomers to the games, Ricky Garrard and Roman Krennikov. The result, despite not wearing the white leaders jersey, he outduels them both. At every point, he has risen to the occasion, and that's why he's the 2-time champ, and he gets another stout test here.
We have history on the line as well this week. Last week we saw Noah Olson make it to his 10th straight CrossFit Games out of the East semifinal. Cole Sager is going for that same mark here in Pasadena, and Cole has provided us with some exciting moments during qualifying stages to the CrossFit Games.
And at every stage of his career, you remember some of these historic comebacks at the West Regional back in the day, where he came back from the brink. Multiple top 10 finishes at the games, being in that final heat. Event wins and iconic moments like the Battleground with that Rescue Randy drag. He was the Spirit of the Games winner back in 2017. Only a handful of athletes can say he's a true ambassador of the sport. This would be another crowning achievement in an illustrious career, and he's one of the few guys that everyone has good things to say about.
Well, we have a clear favorite on the men's side. That might not be the case on the women's side, Stacy, and some people may be a little surprised to hear who you think has the edge to stand on top of the podium here.
I know, guys. I know you're thinking I'm crazy because I did pick Ariel Lowen. She's still my girl, but I'm telling you what, I talked with Alex Gazan's coach, Justin Kotler, and Alex Gazan is healthy, she's hungry, and she's ready to win this weekend.
Catherine Davis-Daughter's down there on the bubble, but just because we haven't seen her in a year, if she gets to the games, she performs well.
She does. She certainly does. If she qualifies this year, she'll become the 4th female athlete to make it 10 times. The last 7 times she's qualified, she's made it a top 10 finish. Of course, she failed to make it in 2014 and 2022, but she knows how to get back, and she's ready to do that again this weekend.
Let's talk about Alex Gazan, looking for her second straight trip to the CrossFit Games, and I know you're very impressed with her.
I am certainly impressed. 5th in the Open, 2nd seed in quarterfinals, a 270-pound bench press. Guys, that's 270. Her strength numbers are good, but she's only getting better. And last week, we saw Emma Carey show and prove that the young girls are out to get it, and this girl is out to win herself, too. She knows what's going on.
But last week in Orlando, we watched a team that many people thought could win the whole thing when we get to Madison. That's CrossFit East Nashville proven. But this week, there's a team in the field that has a chance as well. And for more on the team division, let's go to Nikki Brazier and Jamie Hagia.
Sean, these teams are about to take on one of the most classic CrossFit tests that we have ever seen at this stage of competition, meaning the programming has been designed to elevate the fittest on earth, but also will perfectly mirror the programming that we see in our affiliates day in and day out. Now, Jamie, who do you think is going to take the win this weekend?
The clear favorite going into this weekend is going to be CrossFit Invictus, but also in the mix is going to be CrossFit Franco's Misfits. They're going to be challenging for that podium spot this weekend, but we also have Omnia, Kilo 2, Team Density, who all competed at the CrossFit Games last year, as well as CrossFit Invictus has 3 teams here that are going to be trying to qualify for the CrossFit Games. But let's talk about CrossFit Invictus. This team finished 3rd place at the CrossFit Games last year. They were returning all 4 members, and I talked to Joshua Alchama, and he said as soon as they left that podium, they knew that they were going to come back with a sole focus to win the CrossFit Games this year. They're going to be a tough team to beat, a full year of training all together. Their teamwork, their camaraderie, they're fitter, they're stronger. But CrossFit Franco Misfits, Alexis Johnson, Brandon Luckett, Logan Collins, they have 11 games appearances between the 3 of them. Joining them is going to be Shaylin Laurie, who Alexis said is strong. This is a beast of an athlete, and she is a great addition to their team. So that's going to be a great team in contention for that top spot. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Back to you, Sean.
NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. This is the first of 4 days of competition that we will have here in Pasadena, California. Our schedule for today, it's day 1 of competition for the teams. They will face 2 total tests, 2 of the 6 tests that they will go through here over 3 days. We start at 1 o'clock with team test number 1. So stay with us. Competition begins next.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time, and then you'll know that you can.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members in your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
The CrossFit Games are the answer to who is the fittest person on earth. And that applies to both the men, the women, age group divisions, teenagers, teams, adaptive athletes. But for any person, the CrossFit Games are the place you find out how fit you are.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to, and the games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit. It's constantly very functional. It's executed at high intensity. This thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
Week 2 of semifinals kicks off in Pasadena, California. 10 teams will be heading from here to Madison, Wisconsin for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. It's day 1 at the North America West Semifinal. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with two-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia, and we got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Test 1. Jamie, there's a lot going on here.
So much going on. This is going to be a long workout. It is 4 rounds of each athlete at a different station. They're going to complete their assigned work, meet up at the worm, do 10 clean and jerks, go back to their station, running through this in a conga line order until all 4 rounds are done. They're going to finish with their last 10 clean and jerks.
What's the recipe for success here?
The recipe for success is don't sandbag the sandbag. So we learned from watching last weekend that the true gatekeeper to this workout is that sandbag. So you want to finish with your strongest holders in those last couple rounds.
Here are the 9 teams that will be in this opening heat. 28-minute time cap here as we are ready to get things kicked off. We're underway. Now the rotation on this is based on where you start. The athlete right now on the double unders at the end of the worm clean and jerks will move to the back of the line where the bike is, and then everyone else will move forward.
This is exciting, Sean. I am excited to see all these teams start this heat. It is definitely that double under and sandbag is going to be the tough part of this workout, but you see them nice and smooth. You want to start out when you're fresh. So if you aren't the best sandbag holder, I would start off with those to get those out of the way.
Now you got to go through some of these.
I did.
Where were some surprises in this test that maybe you didn't anticipate going in?
Surprisingly, I knew the came into the mindset that my sandbag was going to be hard and heavy, but the double unders were really a surprise how fatiguing. I mean, the sandbag bag just blows up your lower body, your back, and those double unders are very fatiguing going back to back after the clean and jerks.
First of 4 heats here in the opening test. Judges' hands in the air for some of the athletes on the double unders. The teams have to wait until everyone is done with his or her portion of the, portion of the work in order to advance to the worm for the 10 clean and jerks. And then after the 10 clean and jerks, they will advance the worm down the floor. And keep in mind that the athletes on the double unders will complete their 150 double unders, as you can see in lane number 4, where Diablo CrossFit is. They will switch. The athlete who is holding the bag now has to do 150 double unders, and that will happen every round.
So that's the interesting part about this workout is you don't only have to hold that sandbag once or double under once, you have to do it twice throughout this test.
That's Christian Boyd holding the bag. Behind him on the runner is Jackson Miller for Diablo CrossFit Anejo. And the bag has to be held in the bear hug. You cannot rest it on your legs. 200 pounds for the men, 150 pounds for the women. It's CrossFit Chicago closest to the camera.
We're already seeing a little bit of difference in technique of the sandbag hold. You see in lane 2, he's leaning back slightly. In lane 3, he's going to have more of an upright position, truly holding that sandbag in front of him.
Salty Hive CrossFit in lane 6, they're in those blue and yellow tie-dyes in the back. We saw this a lot last week. The athlete on the runner communicating to everybody else, because that's really the athlete you want to pace off here.
Correct. The bike, the bike is kind of, you have to go at a harder pace, but you're not killing yourself on that bike. It's really that runner and those sandbag holds and double unders in those later rounds.
That's Justin Zazumbo on the runner for Salty Hive CrossFit.
Loving these tie-dye shirts.
Handful of teams towards the end of this opening round, and then they will move to the worm for their 10 clean and jerks, and it is going to be Salty Hive, the first teams to move here. And now just about the entire field following, about 4 or 5 other teams getting to the worm. But it's Salty Hive there towards the upper right-hand part of your screen, and once again in those tie-dye shirts, they were the first team to the 10 worm clean and jerks. 365 pounds on the worm. You have two 100-pound sections, two 70-pound sections, three 6-pound filler bags, and then the cover itself weighs another 7 pounds.
What I do like about Salty Hive is that they're moving at a nice, comfortable, and efficient pace. They're not coming out and killing it because they know that they have to go back for 3 more rounds of this.
And now it looks like they may have gotten hit with a no rep, although they, on the right side of the screen, Salty Hive will advance their worm first. They are in the lead. Diablo CrossFit and Neho in lane number 4. They're in second, and CrossFit Fortius in lane 3. Those are your top 3 teams right now, as Salty Hive will move back for round 2.
And 3 of those athletes are first-time semifinal athletes for Salty Hive, 2 of which are co-owners of the gym, a husband and wife duo.
That's Justin Zazumbo on the bag. Olivia Allen looks to be on the runner, and Trish Adams on the double unders. Anejo in lane 4, they're also back, as are lanes 2 and 3, Lone Star CrossFit and CrossFit Fortius. And now all teams are done with their first round. Top 3 teams on the screen right now. On the far right side, that's Salty Hive CrossFit. Diablo CrossFit and Neho close to them. CrossFit Fortius has moved into 3rd place behind Anejo. They're on the left side of your screen in the yellow shirts.
The second round, you're looking to settle into this pace. You know, you elevated your heart rate a little bit, but you're going to come back to your second piece of equipment on this round and really try to find a nice, comfortable pace to settle into.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
Thank you, guys. I was able to catch up with Craig Howard, who is the owner of Diablo CrossFit, and they have really had a 4-year drought of having no teams at the regional or semi or sanctional level, so this is an amazing year for them. I mean, their last trip to regionals was in San Diego back in 2018, but for some context, since 2010, they have had 6 teams at the games and 12 teams at regionals, so truly an OG affiliate in the space, a leader in the community, 17-year affiliate, and they really have grown up in and around this competition level, so this is an amazing season for them.
Right now, Diablo CrossFit and Anejo, in lane number 4. Second place behind Salty Hive CrossFit. First of 4 heats here for test number 1. First of 2 tests that the team will face today. They'll have 6 total. And then on Saturday, we will know the 10 teams that are heading from the North America West semifinal to Madison, Wisconsin, and the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Now Justin Zazumbo on the right side of your screen for Salty Hive onto the double unders. Olivia Allen is still on her 800-meter run. On the left side, CrossFit Fortius. They are now making the switch between the bag and the double unders. And remember, you cannot accumulate reps on the double unders if your partner is not holding the sandbag. Down in lane 2, that's Lone Star CrossFit in the middle of your screen in the black and red. They are moving towards the front of the pack here. Christian Pruthen on the runner for Lone Star CrossFit. And Shelly Galvin is struggling with that bag. Eight and a half minutes gone by, still plenty of time left. This first of 4 heats. All the teams here in their second of 4 rounds. Once the work is completed on the machines and the double unders and the sandbag, they will move back to the worm for 10 more clean and jerks. Christian Pruthen's judge's hand is in the air as Lone Star is getting set to close out round 2. Meanwhile, Salty Hive CrossFit has moved back to the Worm to start their second set of 10 Worm clean and jerks.
I have JB Hihika's mic.
And Justin, the owner of Salty Hive, he said it is a dream come true for him to make it to this stage of the semifinals, and especially owning his own affiliate. He is a CrossFit Level 3, very involved, very proud coach, and very proud of his team out there.
Now, Lone Star CrossFit has now moved into second place ahead of Diablo CrossFit Neo, and in lane 1, CrossFit Yakarhu has moved up as well. They are now in third. And CrossFit Fortius, they will be the 4th team to the Worm here in round number 2. Down in lane 8, CrossFit Lakeville CFLV.
This is where we're going to see some of these switching going on between the teams for this lead change. You're going into your third round of, switching to those pieces of apparatuses that are really getting your heart rate up. You're breathing heavy.
Salty Hive is done. They're halfway through, and they'll head back to the machines. Lone Star in the black and red bottom of your screen. They were the second team to the Worm. CrossFit Yakarhu is right there as well. They're in lane number 1. Here are the top scores we have seen so far in this test. East Nashville Proven has the record out of North America East, 19 minutes, 15.24 seconds. And Lone Star and Yakarhu moving at exactly the same time. Good battle for second, developing behind Salty Hive here in this first heat.
This is where we'll see who has the aerobic capacity to keep on pushing through that fatigue. Also, when you get to the sandbags, this is going to be mental toughness, being able to hold that bag, and your double unders, you're really pushing to make sure your teammate doesn't have to hold that bag for a long time.
Now Fortius is done. See them in the yellow shirts in the left box moving back to their machines. Let's bring Nikki Brazier back in here.
Yeah, Jamie, you mentioned aerobic capacity. I was actually able to catch up with Chris Hinshaw earlier today, who's the founder of the aerobic capacity training course. And this is, as you mentioned, a very aerobic capacity style workout. But Chris actually said that the linchpin of this workout is going to be the double unders and that sandbag hold. He said that the double unders will immediately highlight who has a lack of conditioning and the ability to tolerate fatigue and strength endurance in the sandbag holds. Keep an eye out. You might see who fizzles out early in this one.
Thank you, Nikki. Salty Hive, right side of your screen. They are still your leaders. They have about a 30-second cushion between the two teams chasing them. That's Lone Star and Yakarhu on the left side.
And Salty Hive on that sandbag, even though she is a shorter athlete, she's able to get her arms all the way around that sandbag. She's going to clasp her hands together, which is going to give her a great bear hug against her chest. She's pulling that into her belly. Looks pretty confident right now, waiting for her teammate to finish those double unders.
Well, that's Trish Adams on the sandbag for Salty Hive, as Justin Zazumbo is through his 150 reps, and he and Adams will switch. The Salty High's crew is in the house, and that's been one cool thing about these semifinals, and we saw this last week in Orlando. The team fans are out in force here. AB CrossFit Mayhem, their fans put on a show last week in Orlando.
I love it. They brought their pom-poms. They're ready to go.
There's Jordan Baratarin going through his 800 meters for Salty Hive. They've been in the lead for the majority of this opening heat. They're on their third of 4 rounds, as is the entire field here, trying to hold off Lone Star CrossFit and CrossFit Yakarhu for the lead in this heat.
I had the chance to talk with Jordan there, and he has been at this level multiple times. He has gone to the CrossFit Games with Salt Lake City CrossFit. He claims to be the big teddy bear of the group. He's the planner, he's the attention to detail guy, and he's the strategist as well.
I feel like you need one of those on every team.
That's right.
Past the halfway point, and Jordan Barrett-Terran's judge's hand is in the air.
Can you hear? You can't hear?
That's Lone Star CrossFit down in lane 2. Shelly Galvin on the sandbag, and Christian Pruthen finishing up his double unders. They are in a battle for second place in this heat with CrossFit Jakarhu, the team that's right next to them in lane number 1.
And what's interesting is last week we saw that the sandbag and double unders were usually taking a little bit longer, but this, for them, they're waiting for the runner, which also Tim Paulson, I was able to speak to him, and he said he had to move it on his assault runner.
Lone Star and Jakarhu are just about done. Meanwhile, down in lane number 6, Salty Hive, Justin Zazumbo had to put the sandbag down, which meant that Trish Adams could not continue to work her way through the double unders. We'll see if either Jakarhu or Lone Star CrossFit are able to take advantage of that.
It really gets to a point he had to drop it again. Or they're moving on, they're done.
The Salty Hive maintains their lead. This will be their 3rd of 4 sets of worm clean and jerks. 10 reps and they'll advance it again. Lone Star and Jakarhu, they are about done. Both judges' hands in the air. You can see them in the background in the middle of your screen. They're just waiting on the 800-meter run.
You see that fatigue setting in. So they took a second to recoup at the bag, take a minute, make sure they're communicating. Look, they're gonna make sure everyone's on the same pace, ready to go, because if you get off on that worm, that's gonna cause all kinds of problems for you.
And Jakarhu has separated themselves a little bit from Lone Star, but Lone Star is right behind them now, hustling to the worm. Jakarhu on the far left side of your screen, next to them, Lone Star CrossFit. That's the battle for second. On the right are your leaders right now in this heat. Salty Hive CrossFit, as we approach the 17-minute mark, 28-minute time cap here in the opening test for the teams at the North America West semifinal.
This is what I love about live competition. You get to see the teams next to you in those heats, and you got to push. Maybe you don't want to hang on to that worm anymore, but you got to pick it up for that next one because they're right behind you.
Judge's hand in the air for Salty Hive. They're on the back half of the set, and so is Jakarhu. Jakarhu on the left, starting to put a little pressure on Salty Hive. Lone Star remains in 3rd place.
Salty Hive.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Salty Hive having to take a couple seconds in between each clean and jerk, which is allowing these other teams to catch up. It'll be interesting to see how they do on that 4th round.
Coda CrossFit native on the far right side of your screen in lane 7. They are in 4th place right now, and CrossFit 40th, you can see them in the yellow. They are beginning their 3rd of 4 rounds of worm clean and jerks. As Salty Hive is done, they maintain the lead. Now here comes Jakarhu, though, right behind them. The Jakarhu separates themselves from Lone Star, and now they're in a fight with Salty Hive for the lead in this heat.
One of the other recipe for successes was know your paces, and what Jakarhu is doing a great job of is their transitions back to the worm, from the clean and jerks back to their machines is nice and smooth. They have set this up perfectly for this 4th round.
Diablo CrossFit and Neho, who were in the lead early, they are just now getting to the worm for their 3rd set of clean and jerks. But this is the battle for the lead on your screen. Left side, CrossFit Jakarhu and Salty Hive CrossFit. on the right. It's Trish Adams on the double unders with Jordan Baratarin holding that 200-pound sandbag. Now Baratarin's got to re-grip it. You are not allowed to rest it on your thighs.
For those of you watching at home, 150-pound sandbag for the women and 200 pounds for this men. Even though these are incredible athletes that are very fit, this still is going to be a very hard test for them. You see Jordan there with that bag, trying to, take his mind anywhere else off of that, resting it on his lap for a second.
The two teams in the lead are both resting right now. Yokaru at the other end of the floor in lane number 1. They're not moving either as they look to get things sorted on the sandbag.
Maybe the keys to doing wellness event are wearing tie-dye, Sean.
Hey, whatever works.
We better get our tie-dye shirts on.
The left side, you got Taylor Palm and Sarah Hobbs for Yokaru. I believe that's Taylor Palm holding that 150-pound bag. Well, this one may come down to the worm clean and jerks. Salty Hive has made a switch here. Interesting strategy here for Yokaru, having their two female athletes, Taylor Palm and Sarah Hobbs, here go last on this portion.
Yeah, we saw that last weekend with CrossFit East Nashville Proven. They had their two women finish with the bag, but they also, Andrea and Taylor, set that record for the Rogue sandbag hold. So if these women knew that they were going to be the strongest ones at the bag, that's maybe their strategy of having them go last. They're really struggling. You see her arms can't even reach all the way around. Her hands are separated, which is going to be very fatiguing on your grip as well. She had to drop that again.
Yeah, Taylor Palm having problems with that bag. She and Sarah Hobbs talking some things over. Meanwhile, Salty Hive CrossFit, they have made the switch between the athletes holding the bag and the athlete doing the double unders. And now Jordan Baratarin is onto the double unders and hand in the air for Olivia Allen on the runner.
This is what we were talking about, that last sandbag hold, everything in your posterior chain, your low back is on fire. That little slight bend in your knee might take some of that pressure up, but it is really pushing into your lungs and your diaphragm, really hard to breathe with that.
Baratarin back to work on the double unders. And Olivia Allen looks like she's done with the 800 meters. And Justin Zazumbo's back on the bike.
Yeah, you see him kind of cruising because he's not in a rush. He knows that he only has to finish around the same time that sandbag and double unders take to be done.
The judge's hand in the air for Baratarin on the double unders for Salty Hive CrossFit. And it looks like they're getting ready to move as Zazumbo's closing out his 2,500 meter bike. CrossFit Yokaru on the left. They are starting to fade here in this fourth round. Taylor Palm and Sarah Hobbs have had to stop multiple times here on this portion. And that could be good news for Lone Star CrossFit, the team that Yokaru passed for second place in the heat. Now here comes Salty High for their final 10 worm clean and jerks. And they're all by themselves in the lead. And we'll keep an eye on Lone Star in lane 2.
Their final clean and jerks, they were able to get to that bag, pick it up right away, and now they're moving at a nice, consistent pace with this worm clean and jerks.
The Salty Hive looking to be the first team to finish here in heat number 1.
They almost get a little extra bounce before they clean that up off the ground.
Well, neither Yakaru nor Lone Star are even done on the machines, and Salty Hive on their final rep, and they will get across the finish line and set the early time to beat. As now in lane 7, Coda CrossFit native, they have moved into second place here. We'll wait for the official time on Salty Hive. Lone Star, they've run into problems here on the sandbag as well, and this time it's Christian Pruthen and Joe Marietti who are struggling here. Coda CrossFit native in lane 7 looking to be the next team across the finish line. 24:06 unofficially for Salty Hive. And now in lane 4, Diablo CrossFit Anejo.
Okay.
In third place right now in the heat. Final rep for Coda CrossFit native, and they are in. About 25:31 unofficially. And now Diablo CrossFit Anejo, who fell out of the top 3, they're back in it here in the heat. Meanwhile, CrossFit SDA Excellence in lane 5, one of their athletes is having to be helped off the floor by the medical staff. We'll keep an eye on that. Diablo CrossFit Anejo ready to finish up here, and now in lane 3, CrossFit 40 is fighting them.
And you see they are exhausted at this point. They have to get that bag in front of that yellow line. They might have to move it up a little bit to get inside their box.
Inside 2 minutes now, about 90 seconds left before we hit the time cap. Down in lane 9 is Blue City CrossFit Gold. They're on their final round as well. But 24:06 unofficially the top time from Salty Hive.
Get to those final reps, you see that light at the end of the tunnel. You got to tell your teammates, come on, pick it up, we can do it, we are almost there.
Well, Fortius has now moved past Diablo Anejo, and Fortius has 1 rep remaining as they look to get inside the 28-minute time cap, so they will get across. They'll take third place. They're on 27:16 for them, that's unofficial.
A reminder, the women are wearing the time chip, so they're going to be the ones that have to sprint across that line and get past that line for their time to count.
The Blue City CrossFit Gold, they just got across. Now final rep for Diablo CrossFit, as Lone Star has just now gotten to the worm for the final time. Yakaru, they're still on the machines, and remember, they were fighting for first place after round 3, but it's gonna be Salty Hive unofficially 24:06 with the time to beat with 3 heats remaining.
Love their fans cheering for them.
Wire to wire pretty much for Salty Hive here in heat number 1. Let's take a look back at how they got there.
Salty Hive came out to a lead from the beginning, so they got out to a hot start, but they were able to hold on to that. They struggled a little bit on that bag, but they had Lone Star and Jakaru right behind them, switching off, going back and forth between that second place finish for them. But then you see that Lone Star and Jakaru ended up having a little bit trouble on that sandbag, and they finished towards the back of the pack, while Salty Hive was able to push forward, keep it going, and finish strong in this workout.
Lone Star and Yakar, who ran into big problems in that final round. And Salty Hive comes across. Top time in heat number 1, unofficially 24 minutes, 6 seconds, with 3 heats remaining. Opening day of competition is underway here at the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. We are through the first of 4 heats for the opening test for the teams. I'm Sean Woodland with 2-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia. Nikki Brazier has us covered down on the competition floor. Test number 1, man, that sandbag made a huge difference in heat number 1.
That is definitely proving to be a problem for some of these teams and athletes. The test 1 is going to be 4 rounds with 1 member starting at each of the different stations of a 2,000-meter bike, 2,500 meters for the men, 800-meter run, 150 double unders, and a sandbag hold. When they are done, they're going to meet up at the worm for 10 clean and jerks and go back in a conga style where they'll move forward through these different apparatuses. And when they are done with those 4 rounds, you know, some of the keys to success in this are don't sandbag that sandbag. You talked about this being a problem and the gatekeeper to that. So they're going to have to make sure they finish with the strongest ones on the bag.
10 teams on the floor here for the second of 4 heats, and all of them are trying to chase down Salty Hive CrossFit. They put up the top time in heat number 1. We just saw it, 24 minutes, 6 seconds. And we are underway. Now, once again, the rotation for this, keep an eye on where the athletes start. That will dictate where they wind up at the beginning of round 2. Athletes on the double unders will wind up on the bike to start round 2. Everyone else will move forward. So 150 double unders to start. You can only accumulate reps while your partner has that sandbag held in a bear hug. 200-pound sandbag for the men, 150 pounds for the women. The women will complete 2,000 meters on the bike. The men will complete 2,500 meters here. That's CrossFit Querétaro, the W Pack, one of the teams out of Mexico competing in this heat.
This is where it's kind of a trap. It seems everyone feels good. It's the beginning of the workout. Everyone feels fresh. But you want to make sure that you are still moving it at a high effort while still making sure that you save a little bit in the tank for these later rounds.
I believe that's Jose Garcia Larondo on the runner and Hector Tapia on the double unders. Abigail Davila now moving to the double unders for Querétaro. So far, so good for these teams here in the opening round, but we saw a team start to run into problems in rounds 3 and 4.
Now, one of the hard part about this test is once you finish the 150 double unders, because you do have to switch, the person who started on that sandbag is going to go to the double unders. You do your 10 worm clean and jerks, and you go back to 150 double unders. So essentially, you're doing 2 sets of 150 in a row.
The judges' hands in the air across the field for the athletes on the double unders, but they got to wait till everybody's done before they can get to the worm. And more often than not, that last athlete is the athlete on the runner. That's lane 1, CrossFit Chemo Blue in the purple shirts. Now, meanwhile, in lane 2, this is one of the things you don't think about. That's CrossFit City of Lakes. Their jump ropes got tangled up. It's the athlete's responsibility to manage their equipment in that square. And if you just bring your jump ropes out and toss them down without even looking, this can happen.
Right, and this is one thing that you definitely don't want to see, because now you're going to be so much further behind. Now they're just getting back to that sandbag hold and switching for their dubs.
Well, down in lane number 10, that's CrossFit Evernox Riverside. Upper right-hand part of your screen, they're the first team to the worm. CrossFit Querétaro, the W pack, they are in the middle of the floor in the all black. They're second. In lane 8, or pardon me, lane 9, CrossFit St. Louis is there. Lane 7, CrossFit Kima. And now all the teams are just about done with their first round of work on the machines. 10 worm clean and jerks here, 365 pounds on the worm, 2 100-pound sections, 2 70-pound sections. You got 3 6-pound filler bags, and then the covering on that weighs another 7 pounds.
The worm clean and jerk is such a staple in team of events and tests, and you want to really make sure that the communication is on point, because you want to make sure you're lifting that up in one unit, getting that up and over, and dropping it at the same time before making sure you get each rep counts.
Evernox Riverside, right side of your screen, they were the first team to start these 10 worm clean and jerks. Querétaro, the Wolfpack there, moving on. And I believe that that's in lane 6. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. Make that lane 7, CrossFit Kima. They were the first to move on. They're on the right side of your screen. They're in the lead. Querétaro, the W pack on lane 5, they're in second, and Einhorn CrossFit Ascend in lane 6, they are in third after the opening round here. There's Jose Garcia Lorondo on the bag. Ana Daniela Castaneda is on the runner. Abigail Davila is on the double unders. Hector Tapia is back there on the bike. Can't see him. Again, one of 2 teams in this heat out of Mexico. The other one is CrossFit Condesa Luther MX. Lane 7, these are your leaders, CrossFit Kima.
She looks cool, calm, and collected. Like she's just standing there, hanging out with her friends.
That's Cody Viteto on the bag. Behind her, Natalie Thompson is on the runner. I think that's James Lewis on the double unders.
Double unders look nice and smooth.
The leaders in this heat are all in the middle of the floor, lanes 7, 6, and 5. This is Einhorn CrossFit Ascend in lane 6. And left to right, it's CrossFit Querétaro, the W pack, Einhorn CrossFit Ascend next to them in the middle, and then on the right, CrossFit Kima. Kima trying to hang on to the lead here in round number 2.
And every trip on those double unders, I know your teammate, you're really feeling the pressure because you have to make sure that you get those double unders done as quickly as possible to take that pressure off of your teammate with that sandbag.
It's early in this heat, but right now, CrossFit Kima on the same pace as Salty Hive CrossFit, the team that has the top time after heat number 1, 24 minutes, 6 seconds. CrossFit Kima looking good here in this second round, trying to maintain that lead. One more look at the test description here. 28-minute time cap. Saw a number of teams run into that in heat number 1. The second of 4 heats here in this opening test. First of 2 tests that these teams will face today. And now Kima is just about done, as Natalie Thompson has her judge's hand in the air. She closes out her 800-meter run for her team. And then in the back, Kenneth Hart is not done with the bike, but he is done with the bike. And now Kima behind Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, middle of your screen, they are in the lead. Here comes Querétaro, the W pack. The top 3 teams out of round number 1, still your top 3 here in round 2.
The back half of this workout is really where that bread and butter is. You got to make sure you saved enough energy for that 3rd and 4th round.
So Einhorn CrossFit Ascend in the middle of your screen there on the box on the right side. That's Zach Carroll Ramirez, Abby Fletcher, Sierra Cole, and Casey Viador. Best scores we've seen in test 2. Both came out of the North America East semifinal. CrossFit East Nashville Proven was the fastest to get through it. Now Einhorn CrossFit Ascend moving back to the machines. They're halfway through. They will start round 3 of 4. CrossFit Kima advancing their worm. They're done. And 2 reps remain for Querétaro, the W pack, on the right side of your screen.
And compared to the heat right before them, they were 45 seconds ahead of that split time from heat number 1.
So Einhorn in front here.
And CrossFit Einhorn has 3 coaches on the team. Zach is a level 1, Sierra and Abby are level 2 coaches, and Casey has been to the games before on a team, so he's been really pivotal as a mentor for them and helping them prepare physically and mentally. And they're all super excited to be out there on that competition floor.
Looks like Sierra Cole on the double unders for Einhorn. Zach Carroll Ramirez has the bag. Casey Viador is on the runner, and Abby Fletcher's working on her 2,000 meters on the bike. 3rd of 4 rounds here in heat number 2. 2nd of 4 heats here in test 1.
Which one would be your strongest one out of these movements, Sean?
Yes. None of them, probably.
None of them. Got it.
Maybe holding that bag.
Yeah.
Not a lot of movement going on there.
There we go.
I've been doing static holds with a 3-year-old. So
oh, that's it. Good training for you.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
To your point of choosing exactly which movement is best, or maybe worse for you, I was actually able to catch up with Chris Harris, whose team Move Fast Lift Heavy came in 2nd on the podium last weekend in Orlando, and he said said that they actually chose to strategize for this workout by putting each athlete on the movement at first that they were the least comfortable with. That way they could get it out of the way while they were still fresh and feel incredibly confident coming into the final rounds of competition, which, Jamie, you mentioned, they absolutely have to save some room in the tank for, otherwise they'll fizzle out at the end.
Right now, Einhorn CrossFit not looking like they're going to fizzle out anytime soon. They continue to maintain the lead here that they built at the end of round number 1.
See a little bit of swaying back and forth with that bag. Maybe helps take her mind off of that, because that static hold gets a little bit, plays mind games with you, really, when you're thinking about holding that sandbag for such a long time with such a high heart rate.
Sierra Cole on the bag.
I was told by a coach one time that watch my facial expressions. When you are grimacing and it looks so hard, it makes it even harder. So staying nice and relaxed, maybe that puts her mind at ease. Makes it a little bit easier for her.
Sierra's going to re-grip.
Yelling at him to go.
Approaching the halfway point here of this second heat, 28-minute time cap. 24 minutes, 6 seconds, again, is your time to beat from Salty Hive in heat 1.
You know, thinking about why some of these athletes might sway back and forth, when you're standing there in a static hold, your low back, your hamstrings, your glutes are just blowing up and you feel the fatigue. So kind of swaying back and forth might take some of the pressure off, going side to side, you know, and take a little bit off of that, of your low back.
Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, they're the only team right now on their 3rd of 4 rounds of those worm clean and jerks. CrossFit Kima and Querétaro, the W pack, those were the 2 teams right behind Einhorn here.
Even though Einhorn is all by themselves here at the worm clean and jerks, they have to know that they are racing against teams in other heats besides this one. So they still have to try to keep a good pace, making sure that they get the best time they can.
The judge's hand is in the air for Querétaro, the W pack. Hector Tapia on the runner for them. The white headband. But Einhorn has just 1 rep remaining here on this round, and they will get through all 10 of those reps before anyone even joins them on the worm.
And this is a round where Heat 2 is really going to separate themselves from Heat number 1. They extended their lead on this split time from Heat number 1 from 45 seconds to almost 3 minutes.
So Querétaro and CrossFit Kima are on to the worm for their 3rd rounds. Right side, that's Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, your leaders here in this heat. This is their 4th and final round. Zach Carroll Ramirez and Casey Viador on the double unders and sandbag. Viador's got the bag. Zach Carroll Ramirez is on the double unders. 24:06.29 seconds from Salty Hive. That is the time to beat. And at last check, Einhorn was ahead of that pace.
This is a beautiful test of aerobic capacity individually and then coming together for those worm clean and jerks, and really a great team test because you are only as strong as your weakest link.
Zach Carroll Ramirez back to work. There's Casey Viador, who just looks like he is over that 200-pound sandbag.
Yeah, you got to tune it out. Make sure you're trying to breathe, even though that's pushing up against you.
So Abby Fletcher is on the runner, and Sierra Cole is back on the bike. Meanwhile, CrossFit Kima has just finished up their 3rd round of worm clean and jerk, so they've separated from Carataro for 2nd place in this heat. And there is Kima on the right side. That's once again a tie-dyed clad team is towards the front of their heat.
That's the secret. Everyone better go home and make their tie-dye shirts for tomorrow.
If they don't have one, they can borrow one from our director, Mike Roth.
The king of tie-dye, rocking it. And this is in the 4th and final round. This is where you just have to make it hurt. Who is willing to suffer? Who is willing to take their mind off of things and go to that dark place where it's gonna hurt, and you know you just have to push and get back to that the worm clean and jerks.
Viador and Zach Carroll Ramirez have made the switch, so Casey running the anchor leg on the double unders here. As Abby Fletcher and Sierra Cole continue to work on the machines. Meanwhile, this is lane 5, Carataro, the W pack, trying to catch Kima for 2nd place in the heat.
Not only the sandbags and the double unders tough, but you see these women on the back end, right? The assault runner, the bike. If those aren't in your wheelhouse, this is tough to finish there. But they might have wanted to get the sandbag out of the way and have, maybe this is their worst movement. When I tested it out, I'm a terrible runner, but I know I had to get those sandbags done and then just do as much as I can on that air runner.
High five for being a terrible runner right here. There you go.
Oh man, it's so tough. Chris and Joe, we need your help.
Abby Fletcher for Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. Trying to get through her 800 meters. Hand in the air for Sierra Cole behind her on her 2,000-meter bike. 24 minutes, 6 seconds. That's the time to beat from Salty Hive CrossFit. And Zach Carroll Ramirez has had to take a break on the bag, and those reps aren't going to count for Viator. He's going to wait till Carroll Ramirez has that thing held in the bear hug. And Sierra Cole's done with the bike for Einhorn. Abby Fletcher's judge's hand now just going in the air for her 800-meter run.
They opted to have their 2 males finish with the sandbag and double unders. And their timing, it looks like they're going to time this about perfectly. They had to drop that, take a break.
Another break for Zach Carroll Ramirez. Now the good news for Einhorn is they are really ahead here in this heat. They got through their 10 worm clean and jerks in round 3 before any other teams have even gotten to the worm. And the 2 teams chasing them are right next to them. On the left, Carataro, the W packet, on the right, CrossFit Kima. So both Fletcher and Cole are done on the bike and the runner. And now Carol Ramirez taking another break on the bag. And we saw this happen to Yakarhu and Lone Star in the prior heat, and it's playing out again here for Einhorn.
And you see him slumped over forward. You have to be very careful because you can't rest that sandbag on your hips or your legs, but here he comes.
And they get through it.
And you see him, oh, he is struggling to get back to that bag. We'll see how quickly he gets his hands on there for him to pick that bag up.
10 reps in order to set the new time to beat here for Einhorn CrossFit. And they have a little more than 3 minutes now to get through these last 9. Carataro, the W pack, and Kima still working. Back on the machines.
All by themselves in this final round of worm clean and jerks, but knowing they still are racing other times from other heats. Throwing that bag off his shoulder.
So 3 reps for Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. And now one left, and they will have the new time to beat with 2 heats remaining. They are in 22:08.56 seconds, so they shaved nearly 2 minutes off of Salty Hive's time. CrossFit Kima in lane 7 still on the machines. And they will be the next team to get to the worm. As Kenneth Hart closed out his 150 double unders. And they have enough time maybe to slide into second place in this test. Karataro, the W pack, moving to the worm behind Kima. This is the battle for second, but Kima has a good lead here. And now Karataro, the W pack, just got hit with a no rep on their opening attempt on this final set of 10. The 24:06 is now the second best time. Now 2 reps left for Kima. The final rep for them, and they will have the second best time so far as they get inside 24 minutes. 23 minutes, 44 seconds for them. And Karataro, the W pack, looking to take third in the heat. As Salty Hive's time looks like it's going to stay in third place right now in this test. Now 2 reps remaining for them. So the next best time on the board, 25:36.22 seconds from Coda CrossFit native. And down in lane 9, that's CrossFit St. Louis moving to the worm for the final time.
I feel like we didn't spend a lot of time talking about them.
There's a no rep for Karataro. That's their last rep. They just got to get done here. Lane number 2, CrossFit City of Lakes. In lane number 4, on the left side of your screen, that's CrossFit Wildwood, or bottom now, bottom left. And Karataro, the W pack, are in. That will give them 4th place in the test, 3rd in the heat. 24 minutes, 51.58 seconds. CrossFit St. Louis looking to be the next team across the finish line.
And in a long workout like this, a time cap at 28 minutes, that fatigue makes you have mental errors at the end. You saw that missed no rep is a costly one for them. Hopefully it doesn't cost them too much in some of the other heats.
3 reps remain for CrossFit St. Louis. About 2.5 minutes to go before we hit that 28-minute time cap. 2 heats remain after this. First of 2 tests that the team will face today. The final rep for St. Louis, and they will get in. 25 minutes, 44.66 seconds. And now down in lane 4, that's CrossFit Wildwood. In lane 2, CrossFit City of Lakes, they are just about done as well. This is their final rep. They are in. Less than 2 minutes to go. Down in lane 10, CrossFit Evernox Riverside, a team that was out front early.
That is where pacing comes into play. This is a long test that is going to push you to your limits, and you want to make sure you have a little bit of reserve for the very end. Otherwise, you can fall far behind in a test like this.
6 of the 10 teams in this heat have finished. Evernox Riverside looking to be the 7th. Last rep for Evernox Riverside, and they are across. 26 minutes, 54 seconds flat. Still have 3 teams out on the floor. Lane 8, Coda CrossFit Norman.
And you see the fatigue on these athletes, the breathing, right? And especially if you're choosing to wear a belt is a tough decision in this workout, because that sandbag is going to even compress that even more, make it even harder to breathe. But here they come to their final set of 10 warm clean and jerks.
Here comes Coda CrossFit Norman, just trying to get as many reps as they can here. We have 15 seconds before we hit the time cap. That will do it for Heat 2. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend shaves nearly 2 minutes off the time that Salty High put up in Heat number 1. 22 minutes, 8.56 seconds.
And how they were able to do that was they were going to be the first ones back to those 10 worm clean and jerks. They kept a nice pace altogether. On that sandbag hold, they took deliberate breaks. As soon as she picked it up, you see her yelling at her teammate, go, you got to time this perfectly, get those double unders down. And their final 10 clean and jerks, smooth is fast, right? And they are able to advance that, and that's how they're able to hold on and successfully beat that time by 2 minutes. And they finish their rounds in 4:40, 5:05, 5:15, and this final one in 7 minutes.
Top 5 teams here in Heat number 2. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, 22 minutes, 8.56 seconds. CrossFit Kieman, that's now the second best time we have seen in this test. And CrossFit Karataro, the W pack, third in the heat, fourth in the test. 2 heats remain here in test 1. Halfway through the opening test for the teams here on the first day of competition at the North America West Semifinal from Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with 2-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia. We got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Test number 1. We'll say it again, but it looks innocent hidden in there, but that sandbag hold has really wreaked some havoc here.
That really is causing teams a lot of problem. It's going to be 4 rounds for time. Each athlete at a different station of a bike, a run, a sandbag hold, double unders. They're going to meet for 10 worm clean and jerks and move through this in a conga line till all the athletes hit each station and they finish with 10 total worm clean and jerks across that line.
Recipe for success. Anything changed now that you've seen a couple heats here?
Absolutely not. Don't sandbag the sandbag. That is a true gatekeeper. You want to finish with your best sandbag holder at the very end and know your paces. You want to make sure it's not won in the first couple rounds. You need to save your energy for the last, third, and fourth and final round.
10 teams here in this third of 4 heats. Lane number 7, CrossFit Overtake Team Density, a team out of Spring, Texas.
And everything is bigger and stronger apparently in Texas. This team is made up of very strong athletes, so the sandbag hold shouldn't be a problem for them. They finished 12th last year at the CrossFit Games, so looking for a good outing from them here.
And immediately alienating any A&M fans with that color choice. third of 4 heats has begun. 22 minutes, 8.56 seconds. That's your top time from Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. We saw them put that up in the prior heat. Now the rotation again, you move forward. So the athlete that is on the double unders to start this opening round will wind up on the bike moves to the runner moves to the sandbag, and then the bag will start on the double unders.
The tricky part, which is not listed, is that you bike and run once. On the sandbag hold and double unders, you're gonna do that twice in each round. You're gonna switch. So you're gonna sandbag hold and double under, and then those pairs will flip-flop, and then you will double under and sandbag hold before you go to those 10 worm clean and jerks.
That's lane 1, CrossFit Kinesis Black. Next to them in lane 2, CrossFit Standard Strength. Actually, 2 of their team members on the plane that I was on down here. So got to
nice little chat about some
see them.
Semifinal tests.
Team out of San Jose, California, Standard Strength. Already seeing some teams switch things up as far as the double unders and the sandbag are concerned. That's lane 9, Ben Lohman, CrossFit Rise, another team out of NorCal. Coached by Adrian Conway.
Hey, shout out to him for doing a great job as an analyst last weekend in semifinals.
Michelle Palmer, Sheena Hammer, Jordan Rowland, and Mike Evans.
Now this is why it seems easy. If you go home and try this out, everyone, the sandbags in the very first round, such a breeze. It's not bad, but once you do a couple double unders and get back to that, that's where the problems start to hit.
£150 for the women. That's CrossFit Kinesis. Pardon me, CrossFit Overtake Team Density in lane 7. In lane 1, you're looking at CrossFit Kinesis Black.
We also already see a couple different techniques on holding that sandbag. You see them interlocking their fingers there. If you can get your hands all the way around, you are going to want to either clasp your hands together. Here, right here, she has her 2 fingers interlocked, right? And if some of the shorter athletes, if that's all you can grip onto, that's great. You want to pull that into you. Nice and close. Squeeze that. Try to control your breathing as much as you can.
Ben Lohman, CrossFit Rise in lane 9. Sheena Hammer just closed out her 150 double unders. Michelle Palmer's getting belted up for the worm. Leaves Jordan Rowland and Mike Evans back on the machines.
And in these earlier rounds, the first and second, you might see the sandbag and the double unders get done first before the runner and bike.
Lane 8, that's CrossFit Complex. They're onto the worm. Lane 6, Verdant CrossFit is onto the worm. And down in lane number 2, CrossFit Standard Strength. Verdant CrossFit in lane 6. Isaac Campbell in front for his team. Verdant CrossFit and CrossFit Complex look to be the first 2 teams done. They're in lane 8. And also down in lane 2, Standard Strength. They got a good pace going as well. The Verdant CrossFit, they're done. They have the lead now moving into round number 2 of 4. CrossFit Complex, they are now done. Overtake Team Density has moved. Lane 9, Ben Lohman CrossFit Rise is done. Now CrossFit Lumberyard. as Verdant CrossFit back to work here in round 2.
If you take a look at CrossFit Overtake Team Density, you'll notice that they have gloves on. Every single one of their members is, and that's something we haven't seen in any of the previous heats. I don't even believe last weekend at semifinals. But one thing, if this is, obviously they cleared it with everybody, this is allowed, it might help you hold on to that sandbag a little bit better, and also for the warm clean and jerks. The running, the bike, you don't really need that for. Double unders maybe onto the handles a little bit, but definitely the sandbag and warm clean and jerks, that'll give you a little bit of an advantage, especially if it has a little bit of grip to that.
Big thanks to Perfect Hydration. Perfect Hydration is the official water partner of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. The second of 4 rounds here in heat number 3 of 4. And already the lead teams in this heat, Verdant CrossFit being the team that is your leader, ahead of the pace that we saw from Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. It is early though. Time to beat 22 minutes, 8.56 seconds.
The double unders are tricky. You want to stay nice and smooth and not elevate your heart rate so much, because you are going to have to do work after that, either on the sandbag or the worm clean and jerks, but you also want to go at a fast pace to not make your teammates suffer holding that sandbag.
It's Isaac Campbell on the double unders. Cullen Bland is the man holding that 200-pound bag. The CrossFit Complex in lane 8, they have now made the switch.
And I think wearing a belt is definitely a smart move. If this is a heavy sandbag for you, it's going to help keep your core, your breathing, everything nice and tight in your abdomen there. But it also is going to restrict your breathing even more than what just that sandbag is doing when it's pushing up into your diaphragm.
That's Carla Cornejo Plasencia on the bag. Ricardo Garcia is on the double unders.
Interesting. Mouth closed, nose breathing only. Now that is a very, very hard, that's tough to do.
Verdant CrossFit in lane 6. They're your leaders. Down in lane 1, CrossFit Kinesis Black. And we've seen this play itself out throughout this test. That sandbag just decimating some people.
And you see her grip on it. She's holding it up high on that bag, so the majority of the weight is in that bottom, so that's gonna pull her back down to the ground. Really tough position, way to hold it. If she can get it up a little bit, her grip a little bit lower, so she's a little bit more weight evenly distributed on that bag.
Verdant CrossFit onto their second set of worm clean and jerks now as they continue to lead here in this third of 4 heats.
I spoke with Tim Paulson about competing last weekend in this event, and he really said that the 10 worm clean and jerks weren't a huge factor for a lot of these teams that they practice a lot on and get a lot of reps and touches in. It's really just moving nice and smooth through these, and it's getting through this other work here on the sandbags and double unders.
Verdant is in the back half here of this set. 2 reps left for them, and now CrossFit 8035 moving into second place. They're onto the worm as Verdant's going to advance into round 3. The standard strength is just about ready to finish up. So they moved into third place now behind 8035. Overtake Team Density in the orange shirts. They're on to the worm, as is Ben Lohman CrossFit Rise. Verdant now on the right side. They've made the turn. Back half now of this test. This is round 3 of 4 for them. Isaac Campbell onto the double unders. Lena Mentka, on the bag. Hannah Frakes on the runner, and Cullen Bland is on the bike.
And looking at this order right now, that means in the final round, these two women will bring it home and anchor this team home on those sandbag and double unders.
8035 is done. Overtake team density has now moved into third place. As we expected, no problem on the worm for them, but they got a lot of ground to make up if they want to catch Verdon here in this heat.
Marco Capolo rocking that French braid. That is way better than I can do that on my own here.
Overtake team density will be able to keep a close eye on Verdon, right next to each other on the floor.
That slight bend in their knee is going to allow her to slightly lean back into that bag. If you're standing straight up with your knees locked out, that's going to be a lot of pressure on that low back. Either way, you're going to feel it a little bit, but it'll help take a little bit of the pressure off with the knees bent.
CrossFit 8035 on the left side of your screen. One of the teams in the top three here in this third heat. 22 minutes, 8.56 seconds again is the time to beat. That belongs to Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. Put that mark up in heat number 2. Test records belong to the two teams we saw go last week and qualify for the CrossFit Games. CrossFit East Nashville proven the fastest, 19 minutes, 15.24 seconds.
And you wonder, with an extra week of practice, if these teams got a little bit more comfortable with some of these movements, maybe change up their order, we'll see if they can make a move on some of those top times.
Verdon CrossFit has switched up the athletes on the bag and the double unders. Isaac Campbell has moved to the bag. And Lena Menkiez.
You see the judge. She has her hands telling him to stand all the way up, because when that bag starts to sink a little bit lower on those hips and legs, they're going to have to drop that bag or the double unders don't count during that time.
Cullen Bland and Hannah Frakes there for Verdon CrossFit. And Verdon has a pretty big lead. At last check, they were almost a minute ahead of the next team in this heat. Now, Hannah Frakes is almost done with that 800-meter run.
And at this level, double unders aren't so much of a big feat for these athletes. A lot of athletes can do them with no problem, but it's the pressure of having to try to move these faster. You can speed that rope up by shorter, quicker jumps and pulling on that rope a little bit faster.
Verdon CrossFit just about done here with their third round of work on the machines. They're just, looks like they're waiting on Cullen Bland back there on the bike.
And we talked about the runner and the bike not really being a non-factor here, but really all the fatigue of all the work you've done before that and the clean and jerks, you know, it really kind of is to each its own what your strengths and weaknesses are.
They will move back to the worm for the third time. More reps before they will advance to the final section on the floor. And scanning the floor, it doesn't look like anybody is super close to finishing up here. Keep an eye on 8035 and lane 4. They may be the next team off. And they're done. 8:035 in second place now. As Verdon is on their final rep in round 3, 22:08.56, your time to beat, bottom left-hand part of your screen. And Verdon can start thinking about that as they move now into the 4th and final round. And Verdon's going to have to make up some ground here in this 4th round in order to catch Einhorn. They've fallen off the pace by about 20 seconds. Cullen Bland on the 800-meter run here for Verdon CrossFit. Hannah Frakes on the bag.
Yeah, this is a high volume, high work capacity, low skill, just double unders really. But it's really who is willing to suffer, who is willing to get to that place and push for your team and keep on going, who can recover quickly and move through these transitions.
8:035 has 2 reps remaining. In lane 3, CrossFit SDA Some Dudes Army. They've moved into 3rd place now. Overtake Team Density, they'll be the 4th team to the worm here in round number 3. Taking off in those orange shirts.
This 3rd round, especially and going into the 4th round, this is where teams are creating a lot of separation. You're seeing a switch and a lead change, and different teams come into the lead and into that 3rd, going into that 4th round. We talked about Verdon, those 2 women anchoring that in for their team. They're going to finish on those sandbag holds and double unders.
Three teams on the worm right now. CrossFit Complex, they're at the top. CrossFit Overtake Team Density next to them. And it's CrossFit SDA Some Dudes Army now moving into 3rd place as they have dumped the worm. And they'll start round 4. And now a no rep for Overtake Team Density.
You really have to be on the same page. No reps on this worm clean and jerks, even though, you know, we talk about it can't be won or lost here. It really, if you get a no rep, that's going to set you back. And more than anything, mentally, that really messes you up, having to do an extra rep besides a 10.
This is CrossFit Kinesis Black down in lane number 1. I believe that's Kylie Grouse on the bag. Now this is how brutal this test gets in the latter part.
Yeah, this is a long, lengthy, tough test to start off their weekend. But it really is going to test who has the most grit, who can put in that work capacity, who did in their training to lead up to this and keep on moving.
Verdon CrossFit continues to lead here as Hannah Frakes is going through the double unders for her team.
And this is if you were able to practice, you know each other, you know how many reps we're going to do, and I would expect that you'll had a plan coming into this. Maybe it was 75, maybe 100, but you know your plan breaks, and that's when you're talking to your teammates, hey, I'm going to go 25 more, or here I'm counting, so they know how much longer they need to hold for.
And Cullen Bland is going through his 800 meters on the runner. Behind him is Isaac Campbell trying to crank out those 2,500 meters. The women are done with round 4 here. Neither judge has his hand in the air for the men of Verdon CrossFit.
And Tim Paulson from East Nashville Proven said that the women, Andrea and Taylor on the sandbag, they were able to handle that. He had to sprint hard on that 800-meter run on that assault runner.
Well, Isaac Campbell's done. And Cullen Bland is on his final meters here. They got about 2 minutes to go now before that top time from Einhorn CrossFit Ascend will hit.
And we all know this feeling. When anytime a workout ends with a run, you can always push yourself to go a little bit harder, a little bit faster, but you really have to dig deep because it hurts, and you can see that pain on him right now.
Bland is about done. And here comes Verdant CrossFit.
And we'll see how he does when he gets to this worm clean and jerk. If he can pick it up right away.
Little less than 1:30 to set the new mark to beat here. 10 final reps on the 365-pound worm. And they are through 2.
He did a great job of pushing his limits, almost getting to, the high end of his work capacity on that air runner, but getting to the bag and immediately picking it back up, and he's able to move at a consistent pace. Really great job by them.
Now 2 reps remaining for Verdant CrossFit, so they were able to make up some time in round 4. The final rep for them, and they will have your top time going into the final heat. 21 minutes, 36.14 seconds for them. In lane 4, CrossFit 8035 is on their final set. They have 5 reps left. We still have teams closing out round 3. That's Ben Lohman, CrossFit Rise in the background there. Well, Einhorn CrossFit Ascend is going to hang on to the second best time. CrossFit 8035 is in. 22 minutes, 38.70 seconds. Second place in the heat right now. Third best time in this test. Lane 3, here comes CrossFit SDA, Some Dudes Army. Manny Martinez Arias, Anastasia Lowe, Addison Ladiolias, and Logan Jenkins. Logan Jenkins, the man in front.
And if you've never played with a sandbag or the worm before, the front and the back are typically the toughest spots. I mean, all parts of the worm are terrible, but in the front and the back, you have to actually, you don't have someone on either side of you to help you out.
Down in lane 8, CrossFit Complex. They're onto the worm for the final time. CrossFit SDA trying to get themselves sorted here as Overtake Team Density has moved to the worm. 4 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
And you see the exhaustion and fatigue all accumulated throughout this test.
One more rep for SDA. And they are across. 24 minutes, 24.33 seconds. Third place in the heat right now, the 6th best time in the test. Now Overtake Team Density in lane 7 and CrossFit Complex in lane 8. And Complex looking like they're going to be next across. They have 1 rep remaining right side of your screen. And they are in.
See them pushing each other across that line. Whatever you got to do, whoever has that chip timer on, which is one of the women in this, they have to get across that line for that time to count.
24 minutes, 49.63 seconds. As Overtake Team Density looking to be the next team across. 2 reps remaining for them, and they're the only team right now working on their final set of worm clean and jerks. And they are done.
And we see how strength and aerobic capacity play into this test. You need to have a little bit of both, but if you're strong, the sandbag and the worm are going to be a little bit easier for you, but you need that aerobic capacity to be able to keep on pushing through the run and the bike and all parts of this test all over together.
The CrossFit Kinesis Black, now the only team on the worm in round number 4. Christian Ramon, Ben Simons, Brianna Siegert, and Kylie Grouse. And Christian Ramon in the front there. And they've gotten outside of their round 4 box. They got to move that thing forward.
Look how much time that takes, how much effort and energy when they're already exhausted to be able to pick it up and move it forward.
90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. And the reps are counting here. The judges telling them they're okay. Final rep for them. Here comes CrossFit standard strength in lane 2. And they're done. The standard strength as your leaders on the floor. Derek Sun, Brad Shue, Heinrika Baunek, and Alexis Kendrick. Inside 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Five reps remaining for standard strength. Doesn't look like they're going to get inside the time cap.
Go, go, go.
And that's the time cap. Verdant CrossFit now has the best time with 1 heat remaining. 21 minutes, 36.14 seconds.
And we see here that sandbag proved over and over to be the true test of this workout. Kinesis Black there with a grimacing face, holding that bag while her teammates doing those double unders. But it was Verdant CrossFit with their 2 women anchored them with that sandbag and the double unders, finishing nice and strong, which set them up to move forward and be first to their sandbag or to the worm clean and jerks. No problem once they got there, caught their breath, picked it up right away, moved nice and smooth throughout that, finishing across that line and taking the top time.
Well, Verdant CrossFit, top time, heading into the 4th and final heat. Action continues here when we return. One final heat remains in the opening test for the teams here at the North America West Semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in beautiful Pasadena, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Whittled with two-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia. We got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. We will hear from her in just a second. Test number one, you got a whole lot of work on the machines and then some worm clean and jerks.
That's correct, Sean. We have 4 rounds for time with one member of the team at each of the stations. They're going to complete all of that work, move on together as a team to complete 10 worm clean and jerks. Once they're done with that, they'll go through a conga line, switching stations until all 4 rounds are complete.
Recipe for success is
that sandbag. Do not sandbag that sandbag. You want to finish with your strongest person there holding that with the most mental toughness, and also know your paces. You do not need to win this race in the first couple rounds. It's going to come down to 3 and 4, so make sure to pace correctly.
Here are the 10 teams in this 4th and final heat. 3 of them are from CrossFit Invictus from just down the road in San Diego, California. Lane 6, that's CrossFit Franco's Misfits. We'll be keeping an eye on them. And for more on that team, here's Nikki Brazier.
Thank you, Sean. That Misfit team is really taking Jamie's keys to heart. Deciding exactly which athlete to start where has been difficult for them because of exactly figuring out who's going to be strongest on that bag. Now, they said that Brandon is probably their strongest athlete mentally, so they're counting on him to finish strong for them and spend a lot of time in the pain cave.
But down in lane 10, this is a team to watch too. First year that they have been a team, the Rhino CrossFit Dogs, Jamie.
That's right. They're under one of the best coaches in the game, Justin Kotler. Every single one of these members has been to the games on a team before, but Brittany Morella is looking for her first appearance there.
The final heat underway, 21 minutes, 36.14 seconds. The top time from Verdant CrossFit. They put that up in the prior heat. There's CrossFit Franco's Misfits. Brandon Luckett, Alexis Johnson, Shaylin Laurie, and Logan Collins. Ton of experience for that squad.
This is a stacked field, so it is exciting for these teams, some of them to take the field for the first time, and in this first test, it's really going to make a statement of what their team is about and what they're planning to do the rest of this season.
Logan Collins starting on the bike for his team.
Which means he is going to end on that double under and then bring it on home with that sandbag.
That's the Rhino CrossFit Dogs down in lane number 10. Rafael Durand is the man holding the bag. There's Ethan Helbig. On the bike, and you know, he's probably enjoying this. He's a former ice hockey goalie, and those guys are, you ever met an ice hockey goalie? They're a little bit of a punter vibe sometimes.
And an individual games competitor himself. They're just built different, huh, Sean? Those ice hockey players.
It takes someone special to want to wear all that equipment and get
punched in the face.
Vulcanized rubber shot at them at a velocity of 90 miles an hour. Lane 5, one of the 3 teams on the floor right now from Invictus. That is CrossFit Invictus. Team that stood on the podium at the CrossFit Games last year, and one of the teams that people think has a chance to push East Nashville Proven in Madison. They have to get there first.
I love it. Brittany Weiss has a smile on her face. She's kind of laughing that she has to hold this sandbag. Smiling through that sandbag, that is a true warrior right there.
Brittany Weiss and Devin Kim out front. It's Joshua Alchama and Jorge Fernandez behind them on the machines.
And they're really the big talk of the town this weekend. Really seeing, you know, setting the pace, making sure coming in, knowing being one of the favorites, they're going to have a huge target on their back as some of these teams try to chase them down.
We got a long way to go, but there is a realistic chance that Invictus sends 3 teams to the CrossFit Games here.
Yeah, I believe that's only happened one other time with Mayhem. But they said this year with CrossFit Invictus, this team here, Unconquerable and Sea of Green, this is some of their best 3 teams they've ever seen.
This is lane 8. That's CrossFit Invictus, Sea of Green. And lane 4, CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable. They will be the first team to the bag. Hunter Britt, Emily Rethel, Jesse Smith, and Eric Carmody. Carmody, another guy who competed as an individual at the CrossFit Games out of Asia a while back. Former football player for Jacksonville University. And all 3 Invictus teams were the first 3 to get to the worm.
I mean, you can only imagine when you have 3 of these teams going head-to-head in competition. I know they spend a lot of times with their teams, their own individual teams, but when you get the 3 of them together and pushing each other on a day-to-day basis, this is how you get better.
Lanes 4 and 5, Invictus Unconquerable on the left. They'll be the first to move the worm. And they're back for round number 2. Got through that round in about 4 minutes, 14 seconds. And CrossFit Invictus, they are done.
It'd be interesting to see how they did in training when they tested this out before coming here, if they did the full thing, if they're on par with their times when they tested this out.
And down in lane 8, CrossFit Invictus Sea of Green. They're the 3rd team done. In lane 3, CrossFit Kilo 2 has finished as well. And now just about every team is through this opening round. The 3 teams from Invictus, the top 3 teams on your screen now.
This is major bragging rights for whichever Invictus team takes this one.
I mean, the fact that they have 12 people in one house that are this fit.
And alternates and other people who could have made on the team that made the team.
Second of 4 rounds here. The lane number 4 on the far left, that's CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable. They're in the lead. Next to them, in the box on the left side of your screen, CrossFit Invictus. And then on the right, CrossFit Invictus Sea of Green. Eric Carmody hanging onto that sandbag. That shouldn't be a problem for him.
You see Josh peeking over at either Eric or his judge to make sure he's good. They're going to make that quick switch.
Emily Rethel is on the runner. Hunter Britt is the man on the bike. And Jesse Smith is on the double unders.
You see Eric drop his bag there. It's hard for him to get his hands all the way around. If he can clasp his hands together, he'd get a little better handle on that sandbag. But if you do not, that's a lot of grip fatigue.
Well, luckily, that was the end of his effort on the sandbag. Now, Carmody and Smith will switch. Carmody now with 150 double unders to crank through.
Devin Kim looking solid and strong with that sandbag. Been to the games multiple times as a teen. She is one strong woman.
Joshua Alchama is the man on the double unders, and Jorge Fernandez is on the runner. Brittany Weiss is back on the bike.
When you're so in tune, have such great chemistry, you know you can push and suffer for your teammates. You know when they're feeling it, when you need to drop, when you need to let off, when you need to push a little harder. They know each other in and out, and they are looking really solid here in the second round.
And there's a couple of Invictus individuals.
Just a couple.
In the crowd. Got Chandler Smith watching his wife compete here, Jesse Smith. And then Sam Dancer. CJ Martin, the coach on the left there in the gray hoodie.
Dissecting this workout. Probably seen him do it a couple times.
Get to watch Chandler compete starting tomorrow as the individuals will kick off their competition weekend. Holden Rethel also out there watching his wife. Second of 4 rounds. We'll see who moves to the worm first. Looks like it's going to be Invictus. CrossFit Invictus in lane 5. passing CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable for the lead now.
And CrossFit Invictus wasn't the first one to finish the 10 worm clean and jerks in the first round.
Invictus Unconquerable is waiting on Eric Carmody to finish up his 150 double unders. Meanwhile, CrossFit Invictus continues to work their way through their second set of 10. The time to beat in this test here in North America West is 21 minutes 36.14 seconds. We got a couple more teams moving to the worm now for round 2. The Rhino CrossFit Dogs down in lane number 10. CrossFit Kilo 2, and now here comes CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable. CrossFit Omnia is there as well, as Invictus has advanced the worm first. Halfway through at the 9-minute mark.
And in a test like this that is high work capacity, low skill, it really comes down to who is willing to suffer, who is the fittest and who is willing to put it all out there, push it to the limits, and see who can hang on.
But the 9-minute mark is when Invictus finished their first 2 rounds. We showed you the top time from East Nashville proven from last week, 19 minutes 35 seconds for them.
You see Josh out there with his double unders. He's a taller athlete, but he's moving because he knows Jorge is holding that bag and trying to get those done as quickly as possible.
The CrossFit Kilo 2, they stay in second place, second team to advance their worm. The CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable getting ready to finish up down to lane 9, undefeated CrossFit. And the Rhino CrossFit Dogs, top of your screen, those 2 teams advancing the worm. It's a tight battle behind our leaders as CrossFit Invictus.
You see Jorge's face right there. He is really, that bag is compressing everything. His heart rate is through the roof. It is taxing on your low back, your hamstrings, your glutes. He's gonna rest it on his legs for a moment.
Joshua Alchama's judge's hand was in the air, which means he should be close to finishing this up. So Jorge just got to gut his way through the rest of this hold. Lane 9 and 10, 2 teams we're keeping an eye on here as they're creeping up. They're on the right side of the screen. Undefeated CrossFit in the middle of the... And then on the far right side of the screen is the Rhino CrossFit Dogs.
See Jorge Fernandez's hand slipping. He doesn't have a grip around that, but luckily, Josh finishes double unders so they can make that switch.
Right side, that's CrossFit Kilo 2. They moved into second place here in this heat. Austin Nettleclough is the man on the runner. Behind him is Brandon Hornback. I believe that's Ali Zierke on the bag and Dieter Franzen on the double unders.
Interesting, she took a break on her double unders. It was just a quick break, not enough time for her to, they're talking, you see the communication, right? If she's gonna break in those double unders, she's letting her know, like, I'm gonna get right back on it, or for let her putting that bag down. But she's gonna choose to hold on to that, Sean.
Dieter Franzen trying to get this set of 150. Down in lane number 9, undefeated CrossFit. Next to the Rhino CrossFit Dogs, Ethan Helbig for Rhino CrossFit Dogs picking up the bag. Undefeated is starting to push Kilo 2 here for second place. May have actually passed them. And they are now in second place is undefeated CrossFit.
And like we talked about earlier, it's not, this workout is not won in the first and second round. It is who has enough energy in the tank, who can push through in that round 3 and 4 and really stay consistent and move that worm clean and jerk in those final rounds.
Ryan Jevning is the man on the double unders. Richard Deschamps is on the runner. Anna Rebizant on the bag. And Marley Rittinger is back there on the bike. Our leaders continue to be CrossFit Invictus in lane number 5. Joshua Alchama and Jorge Fernandez working together. Alchama's on the bag, Fernandez on his double unders. And once he is done, they will start their 3rd round of worm clean and jerks.
You see the speed and sense of urgency Jorge's moving out on those double unders. You can pull on that rope, get quick little jumps on that. And he's breathing pretty heavily as they head over to this 3rd round of worm clean and jerks.
Here comes Invictus into round 3, all by themselves in the lead here. 21 minutes, 36.14 seconds. The top time so far in this test. Verdant CrossFit did that in heat 3.
So this worm that we see CrossFit Invictus with, it is 365 pounds. It's a 100-pound bag in the front, a 70, 170. That's why it goes male, female, male, female. There's 3 6-pound spacer bags in there, and then the outside shell is going to be 7 pounds, bringing it to a total of 365 pounds and 11 feet long.
Well, CrossFit Kilo 2 and CrossFit Franco's Misfits get into the bag at the same time in 2nd place. Kilo 2 is the team towards the bottom of the screen. There's your time to beat in the bottom left-hand part, as Invictus has 2 reps remaining before they will move into round 4.
It's really interesting. You see Alexis Johnson, Brandon Luckett, Logan Collins, all incredible individual athletes. We talked about them having 11 games appearances between the 3 of them. And with Shaylin as an additive, who's a great athlete, you wonder how much time they had for team chemistry. As you see, CrossFit Invictus has all of that and the experience and great individual athletes themselves as well.
Invictus going back for their 4th and final round here on the bike, the runner, the sandbag, and the double unders. Kilo 2, right side of your screen. They are in 2nd place. They are now advancing their worm. And one more look at this test. Invictus has fallen off the record pace from East Nashville Proven, but still very much ahead of Verdant CrossFit's pace from the prior heat.
And these are fast double unders Jorge Fernandez is pulling here. He's getting a quick jump, spinning that with his wrists, keeping that rope nice and taut. Brittany Weiss is on that sandbag hold. They will do one final switch with Jorge bringing home on that sandbag and Brittany Weiss with her double unders before they can get back to their final round of worm clean and jerks.
CrossFit Franco's Misfits on the right, Logan Collins and Brandon Luckett. They sit in 2nd place behind Invictus, and on the left, it's CrossFit Kilo 2.
And Kilo 2, they are not a team to be overlooked at all. They came off of a 25th place finish at the games last year as a team. Returning some of their same teammates, they're definitely in the mix here and in contention for getting on that podium at the end of the weekend.
Kilo 2 and Franco's Misfits started their 3rd round of worm clean and jerks at about the same time. Jorge Fernandez is just about done with his 150 double unders. His judge's hand is in the air, and now he will make the switch.
And this is what we talked about. How much can you suffer and hold that sandbag in the final round? The last test really holding them before getting back to that worm. Jorge's going to pick that up high on his chest. He has his hands interlocked right now. Short, quick breaths. It's going to restrict your breathing. His heart rate is high from those double unders he just finished.
Meanwhile, Luckett and Collins are switching for CrossFit Franco's Misfits.
We you talked about the sandbag and the dumbbell unders being a really tough, challenging part about this test, but that runner and bike, you have to move on that. It's not like you could take it easy. You know, you're only finishing as fast as the slowest movement. However, if your teammates are holding that sandbag and moving on those double unders, you got to move on those bike and runners.
Top 3 teams on the screen. On the left in third place, CrossFit Kilo 2. And then on the right, the 2 teams in lanes 5 and 6. CrossFit Invictus on the left, and CrossFit Franco's Misfits on the right.
And we see how high, Jorge had that bag really high up on his chest, but we see it sliding down and finally has touched his hips and his legs, which it cannot be touching at all. Once it does that, you have to stop your double unders. But just the fatigue and the low back, your hamstrings, your glutes, his arms are separate, his hands are separated right now on that bag. He is holding on for dear life, praying that Brittany is almost done with her double unders.
The bag is down, and Invictus is finished.
Perfect timing, perfect pacing.
We have more than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time to beat from Verdant CrossFit. The event record will stay with East Nashville Proven. The CrossFit Invictus is going to pick up 100 points here in test number 1, and now with no rep. Now here come both Franco's Misfits and Kilo 2 at the same time.
The beautiful part about live competition, you look to your left, you look to your right, you see these teams coming, catching ground on you. You got to pick up that bag.
Invictus only has 5 reps remaining. They're in the middle here. The battle is for second place between Franco's Misfits and Kilo 2.
And it's who saved enough energy in the tank for these final last 10 worm clean and jerks, and who is willing to suffer.
And Kilo 2 on the left side of your screen, they continue to move backwards. They're a little farther away from the finish. As Invictus is in, that's a test win for them, and 100 points to kick off their weekend. And now we'll see who takes second place, as I believe it's Franco's Misfits neck and neck with Kinesis.
Whew.
Or probably CrossFit Kilo 2. Kilo 2 had 1 rep remaining. They left early. Franco's Misfits is in. Kilo 2, and now a no rep. Now the good news is for them, no one else is on the floor on the worm. They got to get this sorted, but they have plenty of time.
Costly no reps. The fatigue, you wonder that mental fatigue on them, just mental errors.
And that's going to be good enough for a third place finish, not only in this heat, but also the test. So the mistake does not cost them. So 3 teams now 4 in their final sets. Lane 7, CrossFit Omnia. Lane 9, Undefeated CrossFit. And lane 10, Rhino CrossFit Dogs.
And you look at the aftermath of this workout, what this is doing to these athletes. They are on the floor. Tough way to start off your weekend.
Omnia closing out their final set. They're in. Leaves Undefeated and Rhino fighting for 5th place in the heat. And Undefeated is going to win that battle. Rhino right behind them.
And in this test, the women have the chip timer on around them, so they need to get across that line for their final time to be stopped.
Down in lane 1, that's Coda CrossFit Redemption. They come across with a time of 22 minutes, 25.01 seconds. That will be a top 10 finish overall in the test. They will take 9th place. Lane 8, CrossFit Invictus Sea of Green. As the 2 Invictus teams are the only two teams working on the worm right now. They were both in the lead early, but faded as this test went on. Final rep for CrossFit Invictus Sia Green. They are done. CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable now with 1 rep left. And they are in, and that leaves just 1 team left, and that's CrossFit Believe in lane 2. Shelby Jones, Josh Mattis, Lauren Olson, and Hayden Weddle with 10 reps remaining. Now 9. Final 5 reps for CrossFit Believe.
They'll finish well under that time cap. I heard you guys talking to Boz last weekend, and he said he made it a lengthy time cap because he wanted all of these teams, or as many as they can, to finish this test, start off their week.
This will be the last rep, so every team in the 4th and final heat will get inside the 28-minute time cap. CrossFit Invictus starts off with a victory and 100 points, 20 minutes, 27.70 seconds.
It was CrossFit Invictus from the start. They were the talk about this coming into this. They made a statement from the get-go that they are gunning for a top at the podium in that first place position. Jorge Fernandez was going to anchor them home with these sandbags. It was a tough task for him to do, but he was able to complete that while they finished up the double unders. Once he was done with that, it was just getting to pacing it correctly, making sure that the runner and bike finished around the same time. They would walk and slightly jog over to their last 10 worm clean and jerks, where they finished test 1, which is a lengthy aerobic capacity type of workout. Kilo 2, they were in the mix for a 2nd place finish. However, you see this no rep here. He didn't jerk it over the top and finish that rep in the very first one or for his last one. So they had to go back to the worm, reconvene, get it together, pick it back up all together as a team. It's just the fatigue of this workout can have mental errors.
4 of the top 5 times in this test come from that final heat. Burton CrossFit out of heat 3. Their mark of 21 minutes, 36.14 seconds is going to be good enough for 4th place overall. Invictus with the top time here, 4th best time so far we have seen in this test in the world, and they are with Nikki Brazier.
You guys were able to pull ahead early and stay ahead throughout this entire event. How did you approach it to ensure that you wouldn't lose steam in those last few rounds?
Just go hard. Go harder than we did in training. And it hurt a lot more, but we did it.
Okay. Now, you're also surrounded by 2 other Invictus teams. What does it mean for you to have not only the support of your fans and the crowd, but also the other teams on the floor with you?
I mean, for us, it's incredible. We get to train in the same house with a big crew. We love that, and I think it'll be even more exceptional if we get 3 teams to the games. So that's our goal here.
And then how does it set your mentality as a team to kick off with this type of event win?
I think as a team, we know our pacing, we know what we have to do. We stick to it. We have a kind of run through we do out back, and we come out and do the same thing. That's just our goal all the time.
Feels pretty good, I'll say that. Feels pretty good. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, no shock that CrossFit Invictus starts out the North America West semifinal with a victory. 1 test is down for the teams. 5 remain. Test number 2 will be coming up next after we step away for a little bit. So stay with us here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West semifinal. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West semifinal is brought to you by Trifecta. the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And O2, the official sports drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
This is the guy right here that I told you about, all right? This guy, when anyone walks in here and they tell me, I can't do this, I'm like, this is the guy. Go talk to Henry.
When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
The day I walked into CrossFit Mentality, I could not air squat to a 45-pound plate on top of an 18-inch box. You could imagine what it was like for me to just get out of a chair, stand up.
I remember him telling me that he hadn't climbed a ladder at work and he couldn't even remember when. And even going downstairs, he was holding on to the railing and going down sideways.
At that time, I really thought that this is what getting older was, you know, and obviously I was very wrong.
There you go. So instead of pulling right to here, I want you to try to pull a little bit higher across your chest. There you go. Let's get one more big pull. Nice, and relax.
I think the most important thing when you have somebody that's walking into your gyms is you got to build the trust, and you got to explain to them what your goal is. And when Henry came in, I told him, this is going to change your life, but you need to trust me and you need to show up.
He happened to be in the lobby when I came in to basically sign up for my on-ramp, and he just had a short 30 seconds with me, but he said something to me that I'll never forget. He was asking me how I feel and why I'm here, and I told him I have some bad knees and maybe we could correct it. And he looked at me and said, you stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements, and the man was correct.
Focus today is going to be trying to improve our positioning on our squats. So what we really want to do is get the ankle nice and warmed up along with the hips and everything else. And then the more we can get this elbow down towards this toe, you can see that knee's starting to track out. And so it's going to open that up for that overhead squat here today. Dude, you're clearing your feet so well now. Like, that looks easy. That looks easy, bro. That looks easy. That's what I'm talking about.
He's always got a smile on his face now. And I think he's just happier and hungrier than ever, because once he started to see that progression happen, it was so life-changing. He's like, I want more, I want more, I want more. And he just kept investing and doubling down.
Oh, now you're just showing off. That is awesome. Nice, dude. All right, so look at the difference here now. All right, and then even on this next one, when you brought your hands overhead, that was...
I didn't want to scab my nose, I mean. When I came to Mentality, it was like I jumped on a train and all that just changed. And every day was better. You know, all of a sudden I could do this, and all of a sudden I could do that.
One more set, last one.
Getting to see the progress over 5 years of just nonstop work, showing up, not missing, and doing the things that he needs to do, and then getting to see how it changed his life. That to me is like winning the CrossFit Games.
Cool, that's all I got for you. Good job. Thanks, buddy.
Opening day of competition continues here at the North America West Semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with two-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Second and final test that the teams will face today. This one pretty simple, but it gets ugly fast.
Yeah, just 2 movements here. So what they're going to do in mixed pairs, a male and female, they have 15 minutes AMRAP. It's as many rounds and reps as possible. They'll do 3 synchro muscle ups and 5 synchro thrusters. They'll tag out. Their partners will come in doing 3 and 5. The muscle ups will go up by 2 reps. The thrusters will go up by 5.
9 teams in this first of 4 heats. CrossFit SDA Excellence, they're in lane 5. Brittany Berryman for their team overheated in the opening test, had to be helped off the field by medical. She's going to be giving it another go, so we'll be keeping an eye on her as SDA Excellence still on the floor. Let's look at Diablo CrossFit Anejo. Had a strong start to test number 1, but faded towards the back. And we are underway. 3 synchro muscle ups and then 5 thrusters. And the only rule here is that everyone has to do at least 1 ring muscle up. And as you get towards the back half of this test into the larger sets, you can switch in the middle of the set on the bar and the rings. The athletes can change. And every team is on to the first set of 5 thrusters.
We saw a lot of the women start off on those ring muscle ups, helping these guys out if they have to do bigger sets in the back half of this.
Lane 6, Salty Hive CrossFit, the team that set the early time to beat in test number 1. They were towards the front. Also CrossFit Fortius in lane 3, another team that was fighting for a top spot in that opening heat of test number 1. So leading teams in lanes 1, 2, and 3, CrossFit Yakarhu, Lone Star CrossFit in lane 2, and CrossFit Fortius in lane 3. Closing out round number 1. After this, we'll move on to the set of 5 muscle ups and 10 thrusters.
And since this is an AMRAP, that's why you'll see that clock counting downward. But you see they're already through that first round with a little over a minute.
Athletes have to be synchronized at the top. And in lane 2, that is Lone Star CrossFit. Looks like Shelly Galvin and Christian Pruthen.
In a workout like this, you have got to move. You're going to get a 1-to-1 work to rest ratio. So when it is your turn, you have got to go, knowing that you're going to get a full rest with your partners come in for this next round.
That was Bianca Savarese who was out first, not Shelly. Shelly is on the rings now, or on the bar now. Joel Marietti on the rings. 5 muscle ups, 10 thrusters. And Lone Star CrossFit starting to open up a lead here. Lane 1, CrossFit Yakarhu on the left side of your screen, and CrossFit Fortius now on the right. Those are your top 3. And in lane 6, Salty Hive CrossFit. Far right in the black and gold. Those are your top 4. Lanes 1, 2, and 3. And lane 6, Salty Hive, the team that had the best time in test number 1 out of this heat earlier in the day. Lone Star is through the set of 5 and 10, now on to the set of 7 and 15. Bianca Savarese is on the rings. Christian Pruthen is on the bar muscle ups. They are through, unbroken, onto the barbell. 15 thrusters now, and this is where things really kind of start in this test.
I think you're going to see a lot of these teams go unbroken, obviously in the 10, the 15, maybe start towards the 20, start breaking those up, definitely in the 20 for the round of the 25 thrusters.
Yakarhu, Fortius, and Salty Hive CrossFit are all tied for second place right now. They're in lanes 1, 3, and 6. Pruthen and Savarese for Lone Star are done, and they will tag in Shelly Galvin and Joel Marietti.
And then for athletes at this level, when you get to 7 muscle-ups, this is still in their wheelhouse. They can do these unbroken. You see the female still, she's taking on those 7 ring muscle-ups. They do have to wait for them to pause at the top of each rep. But 7 unbroken shouldn't be a problem here for these teams.
Salty Hive CrossFit on the right side, fighting for second place along with CrossFit Fortius and CrossFit Yakarhu, as Marietti and Galvin are on to the set of 15 thrusters. CrossFit Yakarhu got a no rep on their final rep of muscle ups, and once again, Lone Star Fortius and Salty Hive at about the same time on their sets of thrusters. 15 reps they need to complete. Lone Star the first to advance their barbells. Now they head back for the 9 muscle ups and the 20 thrusters.
And you think about that, 5 minutes has passed and they're already on to this 3rd round. So a lot of the work is going to be done up front, but then when we get into these bigger sets, that's going to take up a larger chunk of time.
Now 9 and 20 for Savarese and Pruthen.
I think in a test like this, you have to move quick, but not in a hurry. So you don't want to make these costly mistakes of no reps in a test like this.
20 thrusters. Six. That's where Yakarhu Fortius and Salty Hive CrossFit are working. Salty Hive, they are done on the right side, so they have moved now into second place.
Their fans still going strong here.
Trish Adams and Jordan Baratarin on the right side, as they have really separated, has Salty Hive from Yakarhu and Fortius. Now here comes Yakarhu on the left side, and Fortius is just done. Lane 4 now. Diablo CrossFit and Neo starting to make a move. They're right in the middle of the screen.
And a test like this is very much classic CrossFit. Your push-pull with your muscle-ups and your thrusters. It will favor the shorter athletes. They just can cycle those barbells a lot faster, as well as the muscle-ups.
Galvin and Marietti getting to work for Lone Star CrossFit as they maintain their lead. Salty Hive, meanwhile, on the far left side of your screen, second or third team in there, behind the judge, had to put their barbells down, had to break that set up. So we'll keep an eye on CrossFit Yakarhu and CrossFit Diablo CrossFit Anejo. They were trying to chase Salty Hive for second place. So Salty Hive is done, and they're coming back to the rig along with CrossFit Yakarhu as Galvin and Marietti finish up their set of 9 muscle-ups. Now 20 thrusters for them. Lane 9 is Blue City CrossFit Gold. They are also in the battle for second place in this heat.
And you got to make this hurt. You're going to be pulling down on that thruster, getting to the bottom of your squat, pushing out of that really quickly to move this barbell as quick as you can to get off the floor for your teammates to come on.
I believe that's Seth Herbert and Rachel Blong at the top of your screen in lane 9. We're going to add 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters every round, as Lone Star has just wrapped up the round of 9 and 20. Now it's 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters for them.
This is where we'll see if they break up these muscle-ups, if they switch from the rings to the bars between their pairs.
Bianca Savarese is on the pull-up bar. Christian Pruthen is on the rings. And this is the way it's been between these two for the majority of this test. It doesn't look like they have switched at all.
Looks like they have about 4 reps left, so they went 7 unbroken. They'll get these last 4 done when they're ready.
And remember, every athlete has to do at least 1 ring muscle up. So they may have switched earlier. Now a no rep. They were not synchronized at the top.
And when you get into these bigger sets, those no reps are very costly because your triceps are getting taxed. That transition to pull yourself over the top gets a little bit harder. Each one of these is going to be very important.
As far as the top scores that we have seen from this test, AB CrossFit Mayhem put up 269 reps. They got 1 pair through that round of 30 thrusters and got their other pair on the floor. This is the round of 11 and 25 for Lone Star. So 25 thrusters now. Right side of your screen is lane 9. That's Blue City CrossFit Gold looking to move into 2nd place ahead of Salty High. Savarese and Pruthen for Lone Star CrossFit, left side of your screen. They have been your leaders throughout this opening heat. First of 4 heats here, 2nd and final test that these teams will face today. And Blue City CrossFit Gold solidly in 2nd place behind Lone Star. Looks like Chris Harbinson and Morgan Ralphs for Blue City CrossFit Gold at the top of your screen. And Lone Star is starting to slow here.
Yeah, if you don't break these up correctly, these will, the burning filling in your legs on those thrusters, it's going to get your heart rate up. They get very difficult, so making sure that you break these up in a smart way.
CrossFit Yakarhu on the left side, they're onto the barbell. Salty Hive is there as well. And Diablo CrossFit Anejo, as Lone Star has held their lead in this round of 11 and 25 as we approach 3 minutes to go here. Shelly Galvin and Joel Marietti as Blue City CrossFit Gold has their first pair through the round of 11 and 25. Final muscle up for Galvin and Marietti, and they will head to the barbells. About 2.5 minutes to get through these 25 thrusters.
I believe they went unbroken on that last set as well. Take a second, collect their breath. Just telling her to watch him, make sure that they're on the same page because they cannot get no reps on these. Sometimes if there's a height differential, you're going to have to make sure that this rep is counted when it's locked out at the very top. And to make sure they're on the same page as your teammate.
Inside 2 minutes to go here, Marietti and Galvin for Lone Star CrossFit. I believe with 9 reps, now 8 reps left. Final rep on this set of 25, and they are done, and that'll bring Savarese and Pruthen back out to start the round of 13 and 30, less than 90 seconds to go here.
That's why their second pair had to hang on as long as they could, knowing they're done with this test. Their first pair is going to bring it home, try to get as many muscle-ups as they can.
Savarese is up. Pruthen onto the bar. So they have switch here. And the no rep there as Pruthen hopped down before Savarese had locked out.
You see her struggling a little bit on that dip. They're going to make a quick change. Help her, he's gonna help her up on those rings.
Savarese and Pruthen have 224 reps and counting. So less than 30 to go here, 24 seconds left. 13 muscle ups before they can head to the barbell.
She's gonna use that kip to get out of that dip at the bottom.
Now switching things up. Final seconds here. And they're going to squeak that last one in. So it looks like Lone Star is going to have the top score. We'll have to wait for the official rep count. So might be some confusion on the total rep count here. We're waiting on that, but we do know that Lone Star they take the first heat with 3 heats remaining.
Now this workout started off in favor of, you're going to have your female out there on those muscle ups, try to get some reps in, because you have to complete 1 rep of each one of those bar muscle ups or ring muscle ups. They were out early ahead big time. They're going to tag in their partners for Lone Star CrossFit to get the same amount of reps in for those 3 and 5. They started out with a great pace. They were able to hold on to that, looking very smooth on these muscle ups, locking out together. That second pair was able to go deep in these set of thrusters, knowing that they were going to get a long break and that their first pair were going to bring it on home for them in those final rounds of that AMRAP.
3 heats remain here at test number 2. Stay with us as action continues here on day number 1 of the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. One heat down, 3 to go here in the second and final test of the opening day of competition for the teams here at the North America West Semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with 2-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Hagia, and we have Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Test number 2, just 2 movements, but as you move through this test, the reps, they start to pile up and the difficulty starts to go through the roof.
That's exactly it. We have an AMRAP, as many rounds and reps as possible in mixed pairs. A male and female will do 3 synchro muscle-ups and 5 synchro thrusters. They'll tag their partners to do the same amount of reps. Once they complete that, they'll move their barbells, and muscle-ups will go up by 2 reps. Synchro thrusters will go up by 5.
10 teams on the floor here for this second of 4 heats. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. They're going to be in lane number 6. They won this heat in test number 1. 229 reps unofficially from Lone Star CrossFit in that opening heat. And here we go. We start with a round of 3 muscle ups, 5 thrusters. Muscle ups go up by 2, thrusters go up by 5.
This is fast and furious. You have got to come out of the gates with a sense of urgency, knowing that you're going to switch and get a break on these.
So every team has its first pair through. Lanes 3 and in lane 2, your leaders right now at CrossFit Condesa Luther MX and CrossFit City of Lakes. Condesa Luther MX on the right, City of Lakes on the left. And both teams, as is pretty much the entire field now, into the round of 5 and 10.
And this is one of those tests you don't want to get caught up in running the race of everyone else's team. You have to know yourself, you have to know your teammates, you have to know your limits on your muscle-up capacity, and trust that your training, you tested this out correctly.
Alberto Arredondo Sanchez and Cecilia Ramirez Villamil are on the barbell for Condesa Luther MX. Next to them in lane 2 is CrossFit City of Lakes. Luther MX has their second pair in now the round of 5 and 10. Paulina Haro and Isaiah Salvador Solana Casillas. Haro and Solana Casillas onto the barbell.
You talked about the strategy of having your women take some of these ring muscle ups in the earlier rounds when the reps are a little bit less, having your men finish those off with those bigger sets of ring muscle ups towards the end.
This will wrap up the round of 5 and 10 for Luther MX. City of Lakes in lane 2. They're in second place. CrossFit Wildwood in third. Now on to the round of 7 muscle ups, 15 thrusters. Ramirez Villamil is on the pull-up bar. Alberto Arredondo Sanchez on the ring muscle ups. So 229 reps unofficially for Lone Star is the top score. They got 1 pair into the round of 13 muscle ups and 30 thrusters. Right side of your screen is Einhorn CrossFit Ascend. They have moved into a battle for second place with City of Lakes. The City of Lakes just on the left side of your screen starting their thrusters here in this round of 15. Also in lane number 5 is CrossFit Querétaro, the W Pack, one of the 2 teams from Mexico. The second pair for Condesa Luther MX into the round of 7 and 15 here.
Still looking really smooth on their muscle ups. Gonna get to that barbell in a hurry and move those thrusters with a sense of urgency.
Paulina Haro and Isaiah Salvador Solana Casillas by themselves here on this back half of round 3. Here comes City of Lakes. And Charlie Schmidt and Julia Holm, I believe, on the left side of your screen for City of Lakes, as Luther MX into their round of 9 muscle-ups and 20 thrusters. Officially, the score to beat is 228, so 228 reps for Lone Star. Once again, they got 1 pair into the beginning of the round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters.
The bar muscle-ups, you have to wait a little bit longer because the ring muscle-ups, you need a long, nice kip to help assist in you getting that transition up and on top of the rings. So that's why sometimes the bar muscle-ups are a little bit quicker. You're gonna have to wait for your partner up at the top. Unbroken still on those.
And now 20 thrusters for Condesa Luther MX, Alberto Arredondo Sanchez, and Cecilia Ramirez Villamil. 2 athletes working for that team.
And we'll see if they decide to stay unbroken on this set of 20. Looking really solid, really smooth on those thrusters.
They come in 8th place overall, so inside the top 10 after test number 1, even though they got capped in the opening test. They are done with the round of 20 thrusters. Einhorn CrossFit Ascend and CrossFit Querétaro, the W Pack, are fighting for 2nd place behind Condesa Luther MX. Einhorn Ascend on the far right, Querétaro, the W Pack, in the middle. We're not even halfway through the allotted time here.
This is where it plays a little bit of mind games with you. You know, you're only 7 minutes into this test, and you're already into that round of 11 or 11, heading into that round of 11 and 25. You're finished that round of 9 and 20, thinking, how is there still so much time left? But those high reps will catch up in the later as this AMRAP continues on.
And Paulina Haro and Isaiah Salvador Solana Casillas to close out this round for their team. Second and third place on the right side.
CrossFit Querétaro looking really strong on those muscle ups. They're gonna try to catch up to them on those thrusters.
Now Einhorn CrossFit Ascend, right side of your screen, onto the barbell to close out their round of 20. Meanwhile, Luther MX, they've moved into round 5, 11 muscle ups and 25 thrusters.
We talked about our guys taking a bigger chunk of these ring muscle ups at the end, but you see here with Condesa Luther MX, their females on those rings, really solid. This must be one of her strengths.
Querétaro, the W Pack, they are in second place. The 2 teams from Mexico here leading the way in this second of 4 heats. Here come Ramirez Villamil and Arredondo Sanchez,
who just went unbroken on their muscle ups.
Here are your best scores from week number 1 in this test. AB CrossFit Mayhem, 269 reps. They got 1 pair completely through the round of 30 thrusters, and they got their next pair on the floor, and they were able to get some reps in that set of 13. CrossFit Querétaro, the W Pack on the right side, they're starting to slow on this set of muscle ups. They have 11 to complete here. Meanwhile, Alberto Arredondo Sanchez and Cecilia Ramirez Villamil on the left side of your screen are creeping closer now, inside 5 reps to go for them in this set of 25 reps. And they are through with 5 minutes remaining here. Paulina Haro and Isaiah Salvador Solana Casillas will take over for Luther MX. .228 reps officially from Lone Star CrossFit. Out of Heat 1 is your top score. Haro and Solana Casillas, they're taking a break.
Condessa Luther MX on their second pair on that round of 11 and 25. They're going to try to finish this and give their first pair as much time as they can on the last round of 13.
Final, it's like 3 reps for them. And you saw Solana Casillas on the rings, looked like he was having trouble getting that complete lockout. Paulina Haro is at the top of the pull-up bar. And they have 2 reps remaining. Querétaro, the W-Pack, the team in second place, they were also slowing on the muscle-ups, and now a missed rep from Solana Casillas. They have just 1 left here.
And in a workout like this, you have to push the pace, you have to push your limits, get to that muscle fatigue and failure, but you don't want to push it too much to where we actually, and he jumped up and missed the rings, is swinging around a little bit. He's gonna have to take a second, regroup, hopefully get this last one so they can get onto their thrusters.
You just have to lock this one out, and Salvador Solana Casillas just cannot get through.
And you see their teammates telling him, switch, switch. If he can't get that ring muscle up, he can hopefully lock out this dip on the bar muscle up.
The Querétaro, the W-Pack, they have gotten their first pair through. And now that rep is going to count for Isaiah Salvador Solana Casillas and Paulina Haro. 2.5 minutes to complete this set of 25 thrusters. And if they can do that, they might have a chance to track down Lone Star's score of 228.
Be interesting to see on his thrusters. It's almost the same motion that locking out that arm position overhead is going to fatigue those triceps, but he's looking strong on these set of thrusters here. He's going to get a big leg drive, open up his hips, knees, lock them out, press it up overhead.
The first break for Solana Casillas and Haro. Cecilia Ramirez Villamil and Alberto Arredondo Sanchez on the right side, hoping that they are going to be able to get back out on the floor and amass some reps in that round of 13 muscle-ups. 5 reps remaining now for Haro and Solana Casillas. And they're done, and that will get Arredondo Sanchez and Cecilia Ramirez Villamil onto the floor with about 1:05 to track down Lone Star. They're the only team through the set of 25. They got to get 8 reps here to beat Lone Star. They got 4 remaining before they get to that mark. 45 seconds to go.
And muscle-ups, if you've ever done these when you are exhausted and hit muscle fatigue and muscle failure, every single rep is going to be a fight to get up there.
That's 2:30. This will be 2:31. So Luther MX right now has your best score. 10 seconds to go. They will not be able to get any more reps, but CrossFit Condesa Luther MX with your new top score. Looks to be 230 reps, but we'll wait for the official total. But it does look like they have the new score to beat.
It was CrossFit Luther MX, excuse me. They came out to an early lead all by themselves on those thrusters. They were able to keep a lot of these sets unbroken and looking really smooth. Their women are strong on those ring muscle ups, able to lock out at the same time at the top. Both pairs make it through, sending their next pair into that deep set of 11 and 25. When they get there, they had to make sure that they were synchro on these. They did struggle just a little bit. He got to muscle fatigue and the muscle failure. They decided to make a quick switch where Paulina was able to finish that ring muscle up, complete their final last rep that was going to send them to their set of 25 thrusters. There she goes, nice and smooth on that last bar, on that last ring muscle up. Their partners were able to switch through that, making sure that taking a second, this is when they were able to pass Lone Star CrossFit, or pass them in the heat to get to their final set of 11 and 25.
2 down, 2 to go. 230 reps unofficially our top score as we head to Heat 3. Halfway through this second test for the teams on the opening day of competition at the North America West Semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in beautiful Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with two-time CrossFit Games athlete Jamie Nagia, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Test number 2, bar muscle-ups, ring muscle-ups, and some thrusters, and it gets ugly fast.
That's right, Sean. This is a classic push-pull. It's going to be an AMRAP 15 minutes in mixed pairs. They're going to do 3 synchro muscle-ups, 5 synchro thrusters. They're going to tag out. Their partners will come in and complete the same amount of reps. Then, moving on to the next round, the muscle-ups will go up by 2. The thrusters will go up by 5.
Recipe for success.
You're looking to get your fastest, stronger pair out there in the front, because the way that this test turns out is that they're going to be actually doing an extra round as an extra reps on the muscle ups. They also want to be all gas, no brakes. You have got to move because you're going to get a 1-to-1 work to rest ratio. You got to move fast and with a sense of urgency.
Here are the 10 teams in this third of 4 heats. Now, Verdant CrossFit had a great start to the competition, a top 5 finish out of test number 1. They currently sit in 4th place overall.
And at Verdant CrossFit, they finished 13th at the Granite Games last year at the semifinals. They have Isaac Campbell. His strength, he said, is high skill gymnastics and barbell cycling, and look what they get. Exactly that in this test here. Moving on to CrossFit 80-35, we're looking Verdant, there we go. We have a look at them. They're looking at that high skill gymnastics and barbell cycling. They're excited for this test.
And first out is going to be Isaac Campbell and Hannah Frakes for Verdant CrossFit. So 3 muscle ups, then 5 thrusters. Muscle ups go up by 2 every round. Thrusters go up by 5.
This is a fast and furious pace because in the very beginning, 3 and 5 is very, very quick. You got to get your partners out here to keep on moving, to get into those later rounds.
Unofficially 230 reps from Condesa Luther MX. That is your score to beat. Lanes 9 and 10, CrossFit Franco's Avengers and Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise on the far side of the floor. First two teams off. So 231, that's the official total from the prior heat from Condesa Luther MX. As Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise and Franco's Avengers are in now to the round of 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters.
For all of these teams to go unbroken, 3 muscle-ups, 5 muscle-ups, even in the round of 7 and 9, won't really be a problem for them to hang on to go unbroken on these. But we'll see what happens in that later set of thrusters.
Well, Sam True and Evelyn Kimball on the barbell for Franco's Avengers, closest to the camera. Next to them, the pair from Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise. It's like Michelle Palmer and Mike Evans. Also in lane number 8, CrossFit Complex, they're on that lead pace as well.
I spoke to a lot of the teams, and they said they tested this out before, and they really went with the pair that had the fastest cycle time and who were the fastest, stronger pair, and that's why those are the keys to success in this workout. Getting them out ahead of time, having them do a little bit more reps on the back end.
CrossFit Franco's Avengers, they are just ahead of Ben Lomond and CrossFit Complex. That's Lacey Collins and Justin Schilling on the barbells. Closest to the camera for Franco's Avengers. And it's Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland for Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise. And then CrossFit Complex in lane 8.
What's nice about that is you can see where your competition is at, what pace you need to be at, when you need to move a little bit quicker.
It's like Christian Pacheco and Carla Corneo Placencia for CrossFit Complex on the far right in the white shirts. As Franco's Avengers onto their first set of 15 thrusters. Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise right there with them. Now here comes CrossFit Complex. In lane 5 is CrossFit Lumberyard. They're threatening to punch into the top 3 here as well.
I spoke with Amanda for CrossFit Lumberyard before this, and she said their team was really looking forward to this event. They expected to do pretty well in this, so we'll see how this plays out for them.
231 reps from Condesa Luther MX. That's your top score. They got, just like the prior heat, they got a pair into the round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. We have yet to see anyone get through the 13 muscle-ups yet, though, in this test. Second pair is now on these 7 muscle-ups and 15 thrusters. Left to right is CrossFit Complex, Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise, and CrossFit Franco's Avengers. Now Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland have taken the lead from Franco's Avengers. So Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise now out front here. Justin Schilling and Lacey Collins trying to catch up to them on the right side of your screen, and CrossFit Complex in the white tops hanging tight here. Mariana Meza and Ricardo Garcia working for CrossFit Complex. As Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise onto their round of 9 muscle-ups and 20 thrusters.
We talked about this in an AMRAP. You know, a little over 5 minutes in, they're on to their round of 9 and 20, and that's why it seems like you're moving so quickly, and then those later rounds of higher reps will catch up in the end.
Top 2 teams on your screen, Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise on the right, CrossFit Franco's Avengers on the left. Well, Franco's Avengers, this is at the end of the prior round in lane 10, had a little bit of a problem where Lacey Collins got hung up on that barbell.
And you look at the cycle speed on those thrusters from Franco's Avengers. They're moving that quickly. They're pulling down on that bar, getting to the bottom of the squat. It's almost 1.5 reps to every 2 for every one of women CrossFit.
Evelyn Kimball and Sam True on the right side for CrossFit Franco's Avengers, trying to retake the lead from Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise. And they are dead even. Mike Evans and Michelle Palmer making the run back, and here come Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland.
When it's tight like this, it's really knowing yourselves and your teammates. It'll come down to muscle endurance, who's able, and the ring capacity, ring and bar muscle capacity in this, who's able to go longer, bigger sets without taking breaks in between. Or short rests if you make short rests of that.
Both these teams, along with CrossFit Complex, on round number 4, 9 muscle ups and 20 thrusters. Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland off first for Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise, as they look to be the first team to move into round 5. Complex now has moved into second, just ahead of Franco's Avengers.
The synchro part of this is what makes it such a great team test. You really have to make sure that you and your partner are communicating, making sure that you're hitting the bottom of that depth of the squat and also locking out at the same time on these thrusters.
Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise is getting a push now from CrossFit Complex. Complex is closing the gap here. Kristen Pacheco and Carla Corneo Placencia on the muscle ups for Complex, as both Complex and Ben Lomond Rise are working on their set of 11 muscle ups. Franco's Avengers on the left side, they're there as well. These are your leaders right now in this third of 4 heats. 231 reps is the score to beat from Condesa Luther MX, and they were able to get 1 pair into the round of 13 muscle ups. That's round 6. Right now we are in round 5. Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise, that's Sheena Hammer and Mike Evans. Or pardon me, that's Michelle Palmer and Mike Evans. Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland back under the rig, as here come Complex and Franco's Avengers. So a good race here at the front in heat number 3. Best scores we've seen so far, both coming out of the North America East semifinal last week. AV CrossFit Mayhem, 269 reps. They were able to get their first pair completely through the round of 13 muscle ups and 30 thrusters. Now a break for Palmer and Evans on the barbell in this set of 25. And their lead may have disappeared here. Judges' hands in the air for both Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise and Franco's Avengers. And Franco's Avengers is done. They have retaken the lead from Ben Lomond. Second pairs now on the set of 11 muscle-ups. Franco's Avengers on the left side of the screen in lane 10. Lacey Collins and Justin Schilling working for that team. Then Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise. It's Sheena Hammer and Jordan Rowland trying to retake the lead that they lost in the prior round.
This is why every single teammate is so important in this. If you have a weaker pair, they're going to set you a little bit further back behind on those thrusters. And then you depend on that first pair. That's why you put them up first, so they get you back ahead in the next round.
Schilling and Collins right side. As it looks like Complex may have moved into the lead. The CrossFit Complex on the left. Now your top team. Mariana Meza and Ricardo Garcia looking to close out this round of 25 thrusters. And now here come Hammer and Rowland for Ben Lomond Rise. And so Franco's Avengers had the lead going into the back half of this round. They've now fallen back into third. Five reps remain for CrossFit Complex. 2.5 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute cap. And Complex will maintain the lead. They will be the first into round 6. Carla Corneo Plasencia and Christian Pacheco will be out first. So 231 reps.
And you see them coming off just exhausted because you have to push as hard as you can, get to that red line because you know you're going to get a big break. You got to get that first pair out there again to start that last set of 13 and 30 and get as far as they can here.
They're through now 6 counting. That's 7. They need to get 4 more here, I believe, to tie Condessa Luther.
We'll see if they switch or stay there. It looks like they're going to stay on the ring muscle-ups and the bar muscle-ups, but the dip was getting a little bit difficult towards the end of that last couple reps there.
4 reps left in this round of 13, so CrossFit Complex is getting close to setting the new mark to beat here. Pacheco and Corneo Plasencia working through these muscle-ups, and they're going to get to the barbell. They are your new leaders in this test. They got 30 thrusters to get through here.
And a beautiful job by him on those ring muscle-ups. He knew he was getting close to failure, came down, took a second, was able to recover and get those last couple muscle-ups in to get to these thrusters.
"30 seconds to go before we hit the cap." Ricardo Garcia and Mariana Meza probably not going to get back on the floor here, but they are cheering on their teammates who are putting some serious distance between themselves and Condessa Luther MX, the team that had the second best time. Meanwhile, Ben Lomond CrossFit Rise, they have moved to the barbell here in this round of 30. So they will have the second best time or second best score in this test, but it's CrossFit Complex who will have the top mark heading into heat number 4.
It was really a CrossFit Complex going unbroken on those thrusters that was allowing them to catch up to Ben Lomond CrossFit. went out on their thrusters again. And when you're able to go unbroken on these, you're going to really create a lot of separation between you and the rest of the field. It was really close between them, Ben Lomond, CrossFit Complex, and Franco's Adventures, but they were able to hang on. They were neck and neck on these ring muscle-ups. They did a great job of staying nice and long on that kip, raising above the rings. It was a race down to the very end, but it was CrossFit Complex that was able to hold on and get a little more thrusters than Ben Lomond CrossFit.
250 reps. That is going to be the score to beat with one heat remaining in test 2 for the teams. We'll be right back with the final heat of the day. Final heat of the day here in the second test for the teams, the second of 6 tests that they will face over a 3-day span. Glad you're with us, everybody, from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Whittled with Jamie Hagia. Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. We will hear from her in just a second. Test number 2, we've got bar muscle-ups, we've got ring muscle-ups, and we've got a whole bunch of thrusters.
We have an AMRAP 15 minutes will be mixed pairs. 1 man, 1 female will take to the floor to do synchro muscle-ups for 3 reps. Then they'll move on to the barbells to do 5 synchro thrusters. They'll tag their partners in to come in to complete the same amount of reps. And then each round as they advance, the muscle-ups will go up by 2, the thrusters will go up by 5.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
This is an incredibly unique format to see out here on the competition at this stage. We've actually never seen an AMRAP at the qualifying stage for the CrossFit Games in standardized competition before. So it'll be really interesting to see how that adds yet another layer of strategy for these teams.
Recipe for success. Anything change after watching those first 3 heats?
No, I'm going to stick with the same. It's a fastest, stronger pair first, because it looks like at the end of this event, at the end of this test, they're going to be doing more reps on those rings and that barbell for the thrusters, and it's an all gas, no brakes. You have got to move with a sense of urgency to get done with your reps as soon as you can and get your next team out there to complete as many reps as possible.
10 teams in this 4th and final heat. Lane number 7, that's CrossFit Omnia. They come in 5th place overall after a 5th place finish in the opening test.
And this team is built for classic CrossFit. These men on this team are team specialists, and this is what they're made for, an event, a test just like this.
250 reps is the score to beat from CrossFit Complex, who got 1 pair well into the round of 30 thrusters. So we open with the 3 muscle-ups and the 5 thrusters, and as Jamie said, we're going to increase the muscle-ups by 2 every round. The thrusters go up by 5. Just about every team gets their first pair through. Now second pair. 3 muscle-ups, 5 thrusters, and the only rule here as far as work that the pairs have to do, everyone has to do at least 1 ring muscle up. You can switch in the middle of the sets as well.
CrossFit Kilo, you saw them in that first test. They were so close to getting second, but they got a no rep, a costly no rep. But what we're looking at going into this is that how well can they respond to that? Can they come back in test 2 and crush this one even after having a little slip up on test number 1?
Still finished inside the top 3, but they did surrender 3 points because of that mistake, and last week the 3 points were extremely valuable in certain cases. Every team now on to round number 2, 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters. Middle of the floor, it's Invictus and Franco's Misfits. Your top 2 teams. Also CrossFit Omnia is in the mix. in lane 7. They're on the right side of your screen. Omnia, Franco's Misfits, and Invictus all done at the same time. Second pair now. On to the 5 muscle-ups and 10 thrusters.
And at this level, these athletes will have no problem going unbroken on these muscle-ups. They got to move with a sense of urgency, get to those thrusters, and get the next pair out there.
Brandon Luckett and Alexis Johnson working together. They have taken the lead now. Here comes Invictus. And in lane 7, CrossFit Omnia. Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Scan the QR code now for your chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear. Franco's Misfits in the lead now as every team has gotten into round 3. 7 muscle-ups and 15 thrusters.
Seeing Jorge Fernandez catch high on those rings. You do have to pass through through some portion of the dip on there, but he's going to catch high as he can and then lock out those elbows at the top to pass through that dip.
The official score to beat, 251 reps, so 251 from CrossFit Complex in the prior heat.
You'll see all these teams when they get to their thrusters, they're going to go in straight into that squat clean, that cluster, a squat clean thruster, so they don't have to stand all the way up with that. It's a quicker way to get to the bottom of your squat and get started on your thrusters right away.
Invictus looks like they are really creeping up on Franco's Avengers here, but Franco's Misfits. Shaylin Laurie and Logan Collins closing out their 15 thrusters, and now Alexis Johnson and Brandon Luckett out onto the floor. Also, CrossFit Omnia is towards the front. So very tight between the top 3 teams here so far. Luckett and Johnson onto the barbell. Luckett's got to wait at the bottom there for Johnson.
And Alexis is coming off a 5th place finish at the CrossFit Games last year with CrossFit Mayhem Independence. So she's no stranger to team competition and excelling on the big stage with a lot on the line.
CrossFit Believe on lane 2, left side. Starting to threaten to move into the top 3. As Franco's Misfits are done, Luckett and Johnson going back. Right side of your screen, that's Omnia. Jacob Schmidt and Mary Kay Dreisilker, on the barbell for them. Al Chama and Devin Kim paired up for Invictus. And now every team has moved on to round 4. 9 muscle-ups, 20 thrusters. Not even halfway through the allotted 15 minutes. 251 reps, the score to beat here.
And they're in that round of 9 and 20 with a little over 5 minutes into this workout. This is where it's going to be a mental grind. You got to keep on pushing, keep that pace up high, because when we get into those later rounds, those reps are going to add up. You've got to try to get as far as you can in this AMRAP.
Franco's Misfits starting to separate themselves now. In lane 2, CrossFit Believe, they've moved into 2nd place. They're on the left side of your screen. Shelby Jones and Josh Mattis on the barbell for Believe on the left side. 2nd place now behind Franco's Misfits.
And CrossFit Believe needs a big bounce back after being last in this heat in test number 1. So they're sitting pretty in that 2nd place so far, see if they can catch up to Franco's Misfits.
Finished 16th in that opening test in CrossFit Believe. Top 10 teams from the semifinal advance to Madison, Wisconsin in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Luckett and Laurie in the middle of that box on the right. They're your leaders for Franco's Misfits. Left side of the screen, that's CrossFit Believe. That's Lori Olson and Hayden Weddle, who are working on the muscle-ups for their team. Omnia and Invictus fighting for third right now, but they're close behind Believe. And here come Alexis Johnson and Brandon Luckett. This will close out round 4 for them. 20 thrusters here.
We'll see if they decide to stay unbroken on these thrusters. They're moving at a quick pace. Even though Alexis is a little bit smaller than Brandon, he's pulling down on that bar. They're going to lock out in the position overhead at the top of those thrusters.
Lauren Olson and Hayden Weddle, left side of your screen for CrossFit Believe, in second place. And now Omnia and Invictus on the right side to the barbell at the same time to start their second set of 20 thrusters. Franco's Misfits, Luckett and Johnson keep the lead, advancing the barbell into round 5 now. 11 muscle-ups and 25 thrusters. Shaylin Laurie and Logan Collins getting to work.
I spoke with Alexis Johnson about this work, and she said that her team was stoked about this test in particular. She said Logan is one of the best muscle-uppers in the game here, and so we expect to see a big set from him here and hopefully hang on to that round in the 13 and the 30.
251, that's the score to beat, and right now the Misfits and Believe as well ahead of that pace. Collins and Laurie are done, and they will advance to the barbell for their set of 25 thrusters, 65 pounds and 95 pounds on the barbell. And we will wait for Believe in lane 2. So CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable in lane 4. They are threatening to take second place in this heat right now, and here they come. Hunter Britt and Jesse Smith will be second to the barbell, and then the other pair from Invictus, Brittany Weiss and Jorge Fernandez.
And you saw that separation happen because Franco's Misfit was able to go unbroken on that round of 11 muscle-ups. Believe had to take a break in there, which allowed both Invictus teams to catch up with them.
Franco's Misfits, they have stayed in the lead here. Second place behind them has been a revolving door. Now Collins and Laurie towards the right, they will be finished first in this set of 25, and they will tag in their partners here.
And that's what we talked about, all gas, no brakes. You see the look on their faces. They are in pain there, but they know that they're going to get a bigger break here because Alexis and Brandon have to go 11 and 25 as well here. So they have to try to catch their breath, let their muscles recover, and get after that last set when they come back to them.
Invictus has now moved into second place behind Franco's Misfits.
I spoke with Josh Alchama before this, and he said that they were going to try to hang on for unbroken sets towards the end of this as well, and that him and Devin ended up being a better pairing together, and that Jorge and Brittany were a great pair, so that we're going to see big sets of unbroken for them here in these last rounds of bar muscle-ups and ring muscle-ups.
Brandon Luckett and Alexis Johnson onto their set of 25 thrusters. And they have a great pace going right now. Top scores from last week. 269 reps from AB CrossFit Mayhem. Move fast, lift heavy, 4 back of them.
And this is where you have to make it hurt. This will be the last time they'll be on the floor for these 25 thrusters. So a quick, short break. Their breathing is up. Their legs are fatigued, but they got to keep on pushing, stay on track. You see Brandon waiting for Alexis at the top of that thruster, and they're pushing that pace.
CrossFit Invictus Unconquerable, they moved into third behind Invictus and Franco's Misfits. Luckett and Johnson with 2 reps left. And they will move into the round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters. We have yet to see a pair get through this round.
And this is Logan Collins' bread and butter. You see Alexis across that line, laying down. We've all been there before, but this right here, this is where Logan Collins and Shaylin Laurie will shine on these last round of 13 muscle-ups.
Well, Alchama and Kim are done, and they'll bring in Weiss and Fernandez.
It's when that last teammate crosses that last portion of the rig is when it releases that next pair to be able to start their bar muscle-ups and ring muscle-up synchro.
When Invictus, they took the opening test, locked up 100 points. Right now, second place behind Franco's Misfits. Misfits finished second to Invictus in that opening test.
Which is interesting. We'll see if they flip-flop and go 1-2 here again.
3 reps remain for Shaylin Laurie and Logan Collins. They're taking a break.
You see them trying to catch their breath.
Brittany Weiss and Jorge Fernandez are on the left side of your screen.
And in
now
the
they get
background,
back to work.
in the background, you see their teammates are just so fatigued, and they are on the ground, but they have got to try to catch their breath, recover, because if they get through these 30 thrusters, guess what? They have to tag back in to get as many muscle-ups as they can.
They need 18 thrusters to tie CrossFit Complex.
They just got hit with a no rep. Their depth wasn't low enough on that the bottom of their squat on the thruster.
Well, Laurie and Collins pushing through here in this round of 30. They need 8 more to tie CrossFit Complex and have more than a minute to do it.
This is where you got to dig deep. You got to make it hurt. You got to push that pace.
And that's for the tie. This rep will give them the top score. The Franco's Misfits in the lead here. Now, Omnia and Invictus are both to the barbell here in the set of 30. Also down in lane number 2, CrossFit Believe, they're on this set as well. The final 5 reps here for Collins and Laurie. Trying to bring in Alexis Johnson and Brandon Luckett to possibly get some reps. And they're through. The Johnson and Luckett are going to have a chance maybe just to add on to this total. Handful of seconds left here for the two of them. And they're able to get 2 muscle ups in. So Franco's Misfits are going to finish first in test number 2. And depending on what happened behind them, they could be your overall leaders after 2 tests.
You see Shaylin Laurie on the ground. I talked to Tim Paulson, and he said this one hurt. They were on the ground for quite a while. Him and Andrew were on the ground from East Nashville, proven from last week's test. And here's our highlights here. We have Alexis Johnson and Brandon Luckett. They were going to be the second pairing on this, but they were nice and smooth and fast on these thrusters, making sure even there's a little bit of a height difference there, making sure that they are moving that together, locking out at the top. Well ahead of everybody, Logan Collins and Shaylin Laurie. They're going to get to their muscle-ups. Logan Collins is one of the best at muscle-ups in this game, in the whole entire field. So this was no problem for them. They knocked out big sets. When they got to their final set at 30, they knew that they sprinted across that line. They only had a couple seconds to try to get as many muscle-ups with Alexis to bring that home with Brandon Luckett.
And Logan Collins is still on the floor. 265 total reps. What an effort from them. A second in test 1. They win test 2. 197 out of a possible 200 points. And let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Nice slimy one.
We will talk to the ladies here as the gentlemen take a little bit of extra rest. Totally fine, understandable after the event that you guys have just gone through. But I have to ask, anyone who has done CrossFit before knows what a couplet feels like. So was it a muscle-up test or was it a thruster test?
Oh man, my quads would tell you it's a thruster test, but you can ask them because they took the hard part. They did way more.
Now, when we talked yesterday, you said that it was part of the strategy for your pair to go first and get a little bit less rest in the beginning. Did it go according to plan?
In practice, they got 13 muscle-ups into that second round, but we had further to run here. And I think we were kind of pacing to stay ahead, not pacing to blow it out, to manage our soreness for the rest of the weekend.
Now, given the fact that this is going to take a little bit of time to recover from, what is the plan recovery-wise?
Oh, I'm going to go flush, like, immediately and eat all the food. Alexis said I earned a cupcake, so I'm going to eat that.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy it, and great job so far, guys. Thank you so much.
CrossFit Franco's Misfits, a second and a first. They look to be your overall leaders heading into day number 2. 2 tests down, 4 remain for the teams as we close out the opening day of competition. Individuals and teams on the floor tomorrow. Stick around. Jamie Hagia and I will be back to wrap up day number 1 here from the North America West Regional in Pasadena, California. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it.
Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
You know, if you're interested in the games and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there, truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you. Not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested, therefore, in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're going to see in the expression on the field of play.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0.
Oh no.
And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's now.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath.
He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it. Day one is in the books here at Pasadena as we are officially underway. North America West Semifinal. 10 teams heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We saw 2 tests today. We have 4 remaining. And the teams that we thought would show up certainly did show up on day number 1. They look good.
It was exciting. It was everything we talked about. The favorites heading into this was CrossFit Invictus and CrossFit Franco's Misfits, and they did not disappoint.
And Franco's Misfits, they had a really strong start. Let's get to test number 1, where Invictus, we had 3 Invictus teams on the floor at the same time, but CrossFit Invictus, the flagship team, they lock up 100 points with a test win.
That's right. They came out here swinging. They made a statement that they were going to try to get on the top of the podium this year, and they held true to that. They are proving that they had put in the work since last year and that they are not going to back down and they are not afraid of competition. They came out swinging for the fences and hit a home run with test number 1.
Franco's Misfits would take 2nd place in that test, but it's 100 points to CrossFit Invictus as they go 20 minutes, 27.70 seconds to beat Franco's Misfits, who were just under the 21-minute mark by 8 seconds. CrossFit Kilo 2 finishes in 3rd, followed by Virgin CrossFit. That took us to test number 2. And in that final heat, early on, Franco's Misfits really separated themselves. There was a battle behind them for 2nd place, but they were out front the entire time.
That's right. Speaking with Alexis Johnson before this workout, she said they were stoked for test number 2, that they knew that Logan Collins, you know, he is one of the best muscle uppers in this game, and behind him and Shaylin Laurie, they put him ahead of the pace, right? And so then all her and Brandon Luckett had to do was finish their reps. This was a test of suffering, of pushing that pace, moving with a sense of urgency. There was no room to hide, no room to rest. You see them sprinting across that line to try to get as many reps as possible in this test.
Hitting their first pair through the entirety of that round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters, 265 reps to take test 2. They finished 1st and 2nd, 197 out of a possible 200 points. And because Invictus finishes in 3rd, Franco's Misfits are going to sit atop the overall leaderboard heading into the 2nd day of competition. But 4 tests still remain. Let's take a look at our Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day. And it was Shaylin Laurie and Logan Collins. And Logan Collins was face down on the floor for a few minutes after the horn sounded.
We said you had to make it hurt, and they did that. Exactly what they set out to do.
Maximize your CrossFit performance with GoWatt's tailor-made mobility program. You can try it now with a 14-day free trial. 3 more days of competition await here in Pasadena. Tomorrow, the individuals will be in action. Our broadcast will start at 2 p.m. Pacific time with team tests 4, and then we'll have the 2nd test for the individuals. The women kick things off at 3:30, and then we close it out at 5:15 p.m. when the men take the floor. Exciting day number 1. Franco's Misfits, they're your overall leaders, but it is tight behind them. 2 tests down, 4 remain. Thanks for watching, everybody. For Jamie Hagia, Tommy Marquez, and Stacy Tovar, and our entire crew, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you back here tomorrow in Pasadena. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue Don't Weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
CrossFit is long-lasting. It's the best way to get healthy and fit. It'll also be the best way to produce the most well-rounded athlete, the most athletic, well-rounded athlete that you can be. Like, it'll bring out the best physical version of yourself. And that's what I love about it. And that's why I compete. And that's why I own the gym. Seeing what you're physically capable of, I think, is something that I've always wanted to push that limit and push that boundary. And CrossFit gave me the ability to do that.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it.
Just get inside the door, and then we'll take it from there.
I got into coaching CrossFit maybe a year and a half into doing CrossFit. I was worried that competing in CrossFit and coaching in CrossFit that I would burn myself out making CrossFit basically my whole life. That's the thing that I did for fun. It was my outlet. It was the thing that I did to be healthy. And that if it was my job, it wouldn't feel the same anymore.
Just take that ball to your hip. There we go.
Coaching made me fall in love with CrossFit more. You learn more when you have to explain to people what you're doing as an athlete. I love watching beginners who have done nothing athletic in their whole life discover what it feels like to move your body and to be healthy and feel capable and strong. Like, that's just the coolest thing to watch people go through. It's so transformative for them. Being an athlete, you make small adjustments or even big adjustments and it gives you this much. In our members, I make this much adjustment and it gives them a life-changing experience.
Just a warm-up. You don't have to break anything to do this. Don't go too far if you're not feeling it yet.
CrossFit teaches you how much more capable you are than you would ever have believed it yourself. People think pain is like a normal part of just aging. You get older and pain happens, and you just have to accept that. You get people out of pain and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know life could not be painful. And it's awesome. That's the reason that I love coaching the demographic that we coach.
I want you to just squat jump without the med ball.
Being a coach has made me a better athlete because I really have to be a student of the sport. I really have to pick apart everything that I'm doing. I have to understand why and how and explain it to other people. And I've lived it. I've tried it through experience. I haven't just read about it or learned it in a certification about what the best recovery tools are, what the best nutrition practices are, what the best training tools are, injury prevention, stress management, sleep. I've done them all and I've tried them all, and I can talk to people and say, okay, here's where I think is going to make the biggest difference for you. Here's what I think is going to fit into your life best. We can have those conversations, and I have so much more to give because I have become a master of my craft. I heard a stat, like 14% of the US population has a gym membership, and that just blew my mind.
90, dig in, push ball.
14%. What is happening to the other 86%? Like, how do we reach those people?
5 more seconds, Joe, let's go.
Those people are the people that need what we can provide, and I want to access those people.